How's it, everybody? Welcome back into the Paper Plane Inn. I'm Ika Tanui, and thank you guys for waiting for me to come back live. It's so good to actually see you guys here today. It's okay. Did you guys eat? Did you guys eat well? Did you guys rest well? Did you guys have a good day at work? If not, I hope that today's stream will make your day a bit more brighter and better. But how is everyone doing today? I actually hope that you guys actually had a good week. If not, after we just streamed since the last, since literally back in last week Thursday. I hope that you guys actually are doing well. I know that I apologize that there hasn't been much in terms of streams this week, but Steve and I did came back from the ranch, and I did took a day to rest up and another day to actually do some sorting here at home that requires my attention. But everything is alright. I am doing alright. We will be okay in a sense. But yeah, how is everyone doing today? Boy Splatty, it is so good to actually see you again. Melanie, it is also very good to see you again too. I actually hope that maybe this May things will actually look up a little bit better. Who knows? Who knows? Okay. But oh yeah, given that today is given what's going on with today, I may have to make some little bit of changes before we actually would proceed. So let me go into the rewards menu real quick, so I could actually turn off specific redeems for the sake of today's stream. I truly do appreciate that you guys came by here today, though, and because today is the day where we're actually going to be continuing when it comes to our solo D&D adventure, the Wolves of Langston, if you will. We have seen thank you guys for actually seeing how this game is slowly coming together and actually getting to see how this adventure went. We have actually put, for this game, for those who need a catch-up, we were playing as my two significant characters, Nessa and Fergus, for this adventure. A solo D&D is where A solo D&D is where I'm the only player / DM of this campaign. But for this sort of stream, we are playing a module that is called the Wolves of Langston, a solo D&D adventure by Obvious Mimic, who made this one all the way back several years back, and it's slowly getting some level of traction, especially since Ginny D was the one who actually promoted this book. And I am actually enjoying this little campaign so far. Okay, let me actually quickly go and just getting my ducks in a row for this. Okay. Let me see. Okay, there they are. There are my two characters. And let me also bring up that book because, let's see. Where we last left off when it comes to the Wolves of Langston. Fergus and Nessa continue more when it comes to their investigation when it comes to Langston and who actually was the one who killed Maybelline. These two are not a huge. These two are actually from two different guild factions, which they actually are, which their ideologies kind of clash. Hence, why these two are sort of rivals against each other. And because of the circumstances that they're here in Langston, they are actually forced to work together so they could actually solve this mystery. And perhaps by then they could actually part ways without having some level of bloodshed that is occurring. And, where is that module of mine? Okay, but while we're actually we're at it, how about we actually go straight to the podium, if you will, so we can actually get ourselves ready for this. Okay, there we go. Oh, Dave! Hi!
Hello.
Okay, there it is. The Wolves of Langston. There it is. Cause the development is interesting. We managed to find Roy, the dwarf Roy, who was actually through a thing called polypox. And we actually tried talking to the mayor, but she kind of got herself compromised by two significant bandits who actually knew her past. And now we are actually gotten ourselves a letter to actually go into the cleric so we could actually do some proper investigation when it comes to the body. And now it is finally time for both of us to actually once and for all once and for all continue where we left off in the Wolves of Langston. Let's see. Chapter 5. Speaking with Selene. The Sun Temple is easy to find, as its towers are every other in Langston, piercing in the sky on the eastern edge of town. As you approach, you see that unlike the timber walls of the whitewash or the rest of the town, the temple is made from limestone that shines with the morning sun even though it's scoured from centuries of rain and wind. This building was here long before the rest of the town, and it likely will continue standing long after Langston lost its history. So, this must be the said temple. Quite. Though I'm actually surprised that there's no one actually waiting for us out there. Maybe they're actually working on preparations? I know that Maybelline's funeral is scheduled by tomorrow. Well, best be quick about it. Let's actually go and see and perform the autopsy and actually see the autopsy. The entry of the temple faces west, so as you approach the morning sun, it seems to sink behind the spire. The courtyard in front of the temple contains an altar left open to the sun, surrounded by a theater-style seating covered with a tile roof. The top of that altar is adorned with the same sunburst symbol you see in the temple spire. As you approach, a single large door presents itself at the obvious entrance. When you push it, the door swings open easily to reveal a round room with benches around the walls. Passages branch off the other cardinal points of a compass. However, the cleric is not there, as he led to believe. Nothing? No. How curious. What? But I thought that... Didn't they say that the cleric is going to greet us here? Fergus will not have a liking about this. We have two options. We can call out, or we could actually go and explore the rest of the passages for her. So, I think I'll let Fergus be the one that tries to call out for to Selene. Selene, it's us. Are you here? Your voice echoes down the corridors, and though the empty temple, your voice echoes down the corridors and through the empty temple, but no one replies. I don't like that. Or quite. Best we actually go look for her. Wait, Fergus! From where you're standing in the central hall, the passages from the north appears to the library of some kind, and the passage of the south opens to the dining hall. This means that the western passage must lead to some kind of rectory or series of chambers. Okay, chat, we have a few options. We can go to the library, the living quarters, or the dining hall. Or we could just take a seat and wait for the cleric to arrive. I don't know about waiting. This calls for adventure shenanigans that I wish to actually partake. Hold on a second. I just need to grab something real fast. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna say the proverbial bollocks to this, and actually, let's actually go ahead and explore. Okay. Okay, so we got library, living quarters, and dining hall. I am gonna roll a d6. 1 to 2 is the library. 3 to 4 is living quarters. 5 to 6 is dining hall. Okay, and living quarters is it. It is. Okay, this is good. We're going to the living quarters. This should be fine. Wait, I don't think we're supposed to go deep in here. We can't exactly just stay behind and wait for Selene to show up. We did call out for her, and there is absolutely no response. I know, but this is the living quarters. What if there's some people that are staying here? We could be intruding. Intruding? Or simply investigating. After all, she's supposed to be waiting. She's supposed to be greeting us. Now, there will be 2 reasons why someone will actually not show up. Either they're actually busy with whatever is going on the other side of the building, or something must have gone wrong. And when that something goes wrong, everything actually would fall into chaos if not checked. I know, but I got a bad feeling about this. Okay, fine. We'll take your option. But let's be quick about this, and let's not. Who knows? We might end up snooping. Oh, come now. Where's your sense of adventure? Oh, where's your sense of spirit? Surely you can't just leave that behind back in a tavern. Oh, shut up. You see several empty monastic cells with doors standing open. A quick count reveals that there are 13 rooms, with 6 of each side of the hall and 1 at the far end. Only the door at the end of the hall is closed, presumably the cleric's room. You head down the hallway towards the locked door. A skylight running the length of the hall is letting in the morning sunshine. The floors and walls inside are the same light-colored stone and the outside of the temple. And while smoother than the outside of weathered stone, they do not have much luster. Dust and cobwebs lurk in the corners that catch them, especially those crevices that are hard to reach. The floor does not seem to have been polished in a lifetime. I have been through set temples before, especially the one where I serve. But none of them would actually be this but none of them would be this. What's the right word for the job for this one? I'm trying my best here. Ah! How queer. I've never actually. I have been to my own temples, but I've never seen something this unattended. Some of the open doors reveal aging furniture, silently collecting dust, while others are just stark and bare as prison cells. Your footsteps against the hard floor created echoes of echoes that come and go from room to room. The air smells of strange aroma of dust bathed in sunlight. It's as if no one's really lived here. Quite. Usually they would be having acolytes that lived here in this temple. Surely this place cannot be surely this place can accommodate for more than just one cleric. Once you reach the door through the let's see. Once you reach the door through the gauntlets of still oppressiveness, we can either knock, or open the door and walk in, or examine the door and around the area around it. let Nessa investigate that said door. You take a closer look at the door and the area around it at a glance. There's nothing unusual of the entrance at all. It's just a wooden door with some stone frame and the bronze. And gotta roll for... Okay, investigation check. Let's go. Okay, Ness, what's your investigation check? Okay, it's +4. Alright. Okay, Ness, surely you could actually make this thing work, right? Apparently not! Wait, hold on. Do I still have inspiration left? I got a shit ton of inspiration. I'm gonna make use of that. I still got more. I still got some inspiration. I got like 6. Okay, 6 down to 5. Much better. Much better. Okay. Okay. Hey, hold on. What's this? Nessa adjusted her glasses and gets a better look. The only things that are out of the place was the door's latch seemed unusually scratched and a bite dent. It's as if someone who is both unusually strong and unfamiliar with how to operate the latch had grown frustrated with the door. The scratches are reminiscent of either claw marks or tool marks, but it's hard to tell which. Fergus, look. Nessa softly points out to these scratch marks on the door. Do you notice these? Now that's peculiar. I'm not sure if these are actually claw marks or tool marks, but they seem quite bunched together. This bite mark too. It's almost as if someone tries to use their own teeth to get in. There's also a smear of what appears to be dark soil on the threshold. You can't tell anything more about it who or what left earth on the ground, but it smells less fertile soil than it does of rot and mildew. Ugh. Okay, now we could either knock or we could try to open the door. I could just say the proverbial bollocks to this and let Fergus go do the knocking on the door, or he could just say bollocks to this and just open it. Okay. Alright, D4 time. Evens, Fergus is gonna knock. Odds, he's gonna open it. Okay, fuck it. We're being polite. Fair enough. Fergus knocks on the door. There is no answer. Alright, he's going to just open the door. The door is unlocked and swings open easily. The room inside is not completely empty, but it is sparse. It consists of a single bed, a bare chair, a bedside table and with an envelope on it, and a wardrobe constructed of pale wood. It's just empty. It looks so barren. To be fair, clerics and there are some orders out there where material goods is not necessary to live a life that have. And you? I'm actually fortunate enough to have my own possessions from where I live. All right, and we could actually go closer look at the bed and bedside table, or we could just close the door. No, I mean, Fergus is gonna snoop. He would definitely most likely do that. He's in investigation mode as we speak. Fergus, wait! Okay. We could either, take a closer look at the bed and bedside table, or we could go look at the wardrobe. Also, wow, Narashi, hi, welcome back, Resser Pellinite, welcome back, Soulfire, welcome back. It's good to see you guys here again. We are currently playing more of the Wolves of Langston as we speak. So, beds and bedside table or wardrobe. Okay, evens is the wardrobe, odds is the bedside table. Okay, wardrobe it is then. I guess Fergus would just look around, and the first thing he will go to is the wardrobe. Nessa is just flabbergasted in what he's doing while she's right by at the bed. The wardrobe is full of various religious vestments. Interestingly, one of the robes shows evidence of recent and considerable repair. What is this? You also notice that the closest is not a flush against the wall. You can also see something that seems to have fallen or been kicked behind the heavy piece of furniture. We can move the wardrobe to look behind it, or use some magical means. I mean, Fergus is a furball. He can most likely push that thing. He will look behind it. And we're gonna... Oh, hi, Jay!
Hello.
Hi! But having a lunch break?
Yeah. Well, actually, I took the day off, but yeah, I am breaking for lunch. I kind of I've been focusing mostly today on doing chores since I have some time to relax.
That's fair. I am currently playing the Wolves of Langston, where Fergus is going to push aside a wardrobe to see what's hiding behind it, and I'm going to make a strength check. And let me take
the classic RPG trope.
I do not have any inspiration, so... Ooh, this is going to hurt if I get a less than a 12. Come on, Gay, please. Please give me a solid. Into your hands I commit my spirit. Oh, boy. What is this? No!
Oh, dear.
What did you end up rolling?
It's a nat one.
Your boy is gonna mess you up.
You know what? I have a really funny idea on how this could go.
Now, I'm just gonna say the proverbial bollocks to this and use physical dice for this because it's probably roll 20 being an absolute dig bad again. No.
I was just gonna say, if you rolled a nat 1, then you could have a funny situation where the wardrobe starts to tip over and fall towards Fergus.
No! Oh my lord, 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 okay. Oh man, okay. You know what? Why not? How about we actually try doing that? He tries to move it. Suddenly the wardrobe is starting to tip a little bit over. And Ness quickly tries to run in and try, Fergus! And tries to help him out when it comes to that wardrobe. And I'm gonna make both of these guys roll strength check to move it again and away from harm. And I'm gonna make it an assisted roll.
Huh, not what I had in mind, but that works.
Please, Fergus, you have an assisted roll with Ness. Surely this is... No, Mickey, stop trying to jinx yourself. Stop trying to put your foot in your mouth. Stop having that. Stop it.
Oh, man, lunch entertainment, it's the best.
No!
Didn't you say you were going to use physical dice?
They both fail.
Okay, no, bollocks to this. No, No. We're using inspiration. We're using Nessa's inspiration again. This time, but we can actually do this. How a wardrobe should not give my two goobers grief. Oh my god, that's much better. I use physical dice this time, and it really helps. It helps so much. It gives me, it makes me... What is this?
Well, right now it's making you whisper harshly. Maybe you should stop before that hurts your throat.
That's a good
Do
idea.
you need me to come over there and
I'm good. I'm good. What are you talking about? Okay, because what I got is a 9 and a 17 on that D20, and with Fergus's strength, that turns into a 19. They both pass. They struggled immeasurably. Let's just say that this wardrobe is made of mahogany or oak or whatever the densest wood you could possibly think. And these two actually help work together to actually not get smooshed and make the world's loudest noise.
You know, that's not even accounting for what could possibly be in the wardrobe.
I mean...
That's another fair point.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on, I need some water for this because... Oh my god.
On the other hand, there's a joke that's begging to be made right now, and I'm gonna save it for later.
Oh, we're gonna keep it in the closet?
Yes.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
I didn't even make the joke yet.
I can't with you both. No. Okay. I'm back. Okay. Okay. But yeah, that uses up Nessa's other inspiration, so she's down to 4 left. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna say that...
So do you think a lion and a witch are gonna come out of the wardrobe?
That would account for the massive weight.
Alright. We're going to... They finally pushed the wardrobe aside. Are you okay? I'm fine. That is much more denser than it should be. Wait, what's that? You've retrieved a single ribbon that had fallen behind it, and then pushed the furniture back into place. What is this? The ribbon is a lavender strip of silk, like the one a girl or a young woman might wear in her hair. It's tied tightly into a tangle of knots. Seems to have something stitched into it. The ribbon...
Do you guys think it's BLS ribbon?
Maybe. The ribbon is relatively free of dust, suggesting that it has not been in the wardrobe long. However, it's also visibly blood-stained. And we're going to add the embroidered silk ribbon to our inventory. Or Nessa's inventory. So... I know that this ribbon, it looks really badly shaped. And it has a bloodstain too. But whose ribbon is this to actually be behind that wardrobe in the first place? Nessa mutters to herself when she was right by the bed, and let's see. I could also go ahead and look around in that said bed. The single bed is linen sheets and a thick wool blanket is neatly made. In fact, it's so neat that you wondered if it was slept in last night. It's a very normal-looking bed in every way, even if it doesn't look that comfortable. There is an envelope on the nightstand. It is worn, especially along the crease, that has clearly been opened many times. You can take the envelope and examine it, or if we're done, we could just look around the wardrobe, or we could just return from the front hall. Ness was actually pondering herself when it comes to that ribbon when she notices that said envelope and how peculiar that it has been opened so many times. Now curiosity has also gotten the best out of her, and she's gonna go take a look at that. What? Vanessa, what are you doing? It's a love letter. Written in the cringe-worthy verse to express the affectionate for Selene. Little more than an overdone limerick. The tract is titled A Time to Love in the Sun and is signed by Tomlin. Oh dear. I mean, wait a minute. Tomlin, it is said that Tomlin and Selene knew each other before Selene went to her pilgrimage. And that's time spelled as in the herb time.
Oh.
Given that it includes the lines like, your toes are as dainty as the red rose, and putting pansies forever into your hensies. When they said cringe-worthy, I think they meant it. Oh, goodness gravity, Tomlin. I think Nessa, who is, very...
Make me cringe!
Emerald Marie died from cringe! Emerald Marie died from cringe. You know what? That's very much fair. I too would die from cringe, but I'm the player/DM of this solo adventure. I had to keep trucking and accumulate 1d4 the psychic damage for every 30 minutes. Oh no. Or was it 1d8 or 1d12? I can't remember at this point. Okay. Nessa, given that she is a very literate young woman, thanks to having a knowledgeable father who is well versed when it comes to writing and also magic, she can't help but cringe very much inwardly the more she reads this poetry. And this actually got Fergus really interested into what she's reading because she's been there for a while. Alright, what are you reading? It's... I don't know how to properly describe this. It's not good for the... And he will just quickly swipe it from her hand. Hey! Fergus! You can't... Hold on, I'm still... Oh, come on, it can't be that bad. Wait, your toes as dainty as the red... Putting pansies forever into... Seriously, who actually writes this? Fergus! Look, look, even this literacy. This man has little love. Let's just put that back, please. Maybe this once meant something to Selene. You feel no value in taking this, and you're surprised Selene kept it at all. Every line was worse than the last, and you feel dumber for having read it at once. You put the poetry...
It's destroying brain cells. It was written by a mind flayer. Read the proof. You take psychic damage.
You put the poetry back in the envelope and returned it to the nightstand, and hopes the gods have mercy on whoever wrote it. I think I'm going gonna need some. I think I'm gonna need something to help me. I think I'm gonna need something to help me get through that. For
Perhaps a
myself.
nice cold drink.
Okay, since we're done, we can look in the. Okay, since we've already looked at the wardrobe and seen this envelope, we're gonna go back to the entry hall. And now we are down to two choices: the library or the dining hall. And Jackson Dragon, hi, welcome back. It's good to see you again. All right, D4 time. Evens is going to be the dining hall. Odds is the library. Okay, library it is.
That's a good pizza.
Had a. When Steve and I were actually staying there in the ranch for we actually went. He actually went through the effort, tried to augment a pre-existing pizza, only to realize that we did not get the oregano in order to help elevate its flavor.
Oh, that's what this pizza needed, oregano.
Right?
See, I went with regular pepperoni pizza, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then I put mustard and garlic ranch on it. Delicious.
Huh. You know what? That's fair. Alright, time to go and investigate the library. And Nessa is going to take a moment from rubbing her temples. Fergus couldn't help but snort from that, but until they actually reach to the library. A large door to the north opens into a sizable library with several reading tables in the middle of the room. The three walls you can see are completely covered in bookshelves. A small stack of books and scrolls also rest on one table. No one is there. I'm so grateful. I am actually grateful that Selene is not here in this library. Well, I am actually grateful too, considering the noise that we made back in in that chamber. But I'm actually kind of annoyed that she's also. At the same time, I'm a little annoyed that she's also not here. But these books are such a breath of fresh air, considering what we've read. What? I take all that poetry is too much in one sitting. Well, I'm fine with poetry, but not like that. It doesn't have any form. The limericking is so off, and I just need a palate. I just need a palate cleanser after reading that. If it makes you feel any better, even I also agree that the poetry is off. Consider it. With my fair share of dabbling, even I know it needs work. Dabbling? You also do your own poetry? Only for myself. I'm attempting my own style if need be. Oh, I did not actually know that. Would it be okay if I actually would like to hear them? No. You approach a pile of books and scrolls made up of mostly religious texts and rituals, but you identify a few tomes of history as well. It seems to be what you'd expect a cleric of reference around the time of a funeral, including the source and the Selene referred in the funeral, as well as treatises on the treatment of common curses. Standing out among the leather-bound tomes is a single black book that is bound with some other skin. A tarnished metal lock lies upon this tome, and its title is written in a script other than common. Oh.
Here's what it translates to: my fan fictions. Okay, but in all seriousness, let me know if I'm disrupting too much.
Fair enough. Let's see. We could either read the book on curses or examine the black book. Ooh.
Well, depending on the context of what you're going with, I'd check out the book on curses, as the knowledge could be useful later. But at the same time, I'm intrigued by that black book.
All right. D4 again. Evens for the black book. Odds for the book of curses.
You realize you could use any die, right?
I know. Oops, I accidentally rolled that
And
2d2.
also D4s don't really roll that well.
Which is why I use a D. Which is sure, that may be true, but it does get straight to the point.
I guess it doesn't roll as long.
Okay, so
Carry on.
I said evens, black book, odds, curses, and that's an even. So black book it is. Fergus would be this time that picked up that said black book when Nessa, and sure, he made that abrupt no when Nessa asked if she could actually hear said this poetry, but he would then he would then said, at least not right now. I only share my craft to those who actually. I only share my craft to those that I only share my craft when I'm ready. And that's when his eyes actually fall on the black tome, and and inquisitively picks it up. The black tome is bound in something similar to leather, but rougher, almost like shark skin, but with less regular spines and bumps. It smells faintly of brimstone. It's oily to the touch, though your fingers come ways from the material dry. The title of the book is written in a language that is very distant from common. It appears to be a language from some other world. The jagged symbols are imprinted on the title in an unsettling deep red. Oh, wait. You can try understand the language.
I wonder, is it bound in dragonhide perchance?
I don't know. It doesn't say. But it's but
because
I have
based on the description, it sounds like something that would be a dragon.
Well, it says the languages here that we can if we have either celestial, infernal, or abyssal, we could actually read this. Let me see if my characters have any of this. Oh. Or if I have a spell that can read languages. Let's see. Let's see. Fergus may not know any of those languages, but Nessa does know Infernal. Well, into my hands I go. Into the book's hands I go. Let's see. Wait. Oh, sheesh. I forgot where, shish kebabs. I forgot where's the book, oh, no. Okay, oh, crap baskets. I lost I lost that, spot. I lost that spot. Dag nabbit. Okay, I have to go back. Gotta go back. Back to the past, Samurai Jack.
I think we may have lost the plot here, chat.
Don't worry, we can make this work. 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 No. Okay. Okay, it's 292. Okay, there we go. Okay, Infernal. What kind of languages is this? Wait, what are you picking up? This. What bothers me is that I can't understand this language. Man, if I actually look. Nessa would actually adjust her glasses and would start reading the said language. The book is written in Infernal. The title is Turning from the Light.
Oh my gosh, it is a fan fiction.
So Nessa would actually read that and first says it in Infernal and then translates it to Turning from the Light. Wait. You can actually read this. It's in Infernal, but yes. Wait. Since when did you know Infernal? Well, call me curious. Call me curious and try to learn different languages on. Call me curious and trying to learn different languages. And Nessa gets an inspiration from that. Okay, Ness, we're giving you an inspiration back to 5. Okay. The book describes in great detail how to regain divine powers when turning away from your light, or sun-based deity. It describes rites and rituals to make a pact with infernal forces, including which sacrifices to make and which tools you would use. These tools are illustrated in graphic detail as jagged, horrific implements of pain and terror. A long section also describes the anatomy of humanoids for the purpose of either killing them or keeping them alive, along with a step-by-step conducting an effective autopsy. The same sections has instructions on creating and modifying undead servants. However, certain parts of this section are also beyond your understanding. As you're leafing through the book, you find a small paper written in common. It says, this one. And it marks an entry that has images and texts of zombies. What? What do you mean by this one? What does it say? These are rituals, dark spells, and something in regarding to create undead servants. And why would it... And it says... And that little scrap of paper says this one. Yes, on this particular entry here. Oh my goodness. I think I'm done with this. Honestly, I don't blame you, but put that leaflet back, just in case. Right. On the and it has to be make sure it's just the way how you found it. Are you alright? I am disturbed, but yeah, I will be. That is so strange. Why would Selene have this particular book? Curiouser, curiouser. Perhaps Selene even has her own secrets. And now what's left is the Book of Curses, which I think I'll let Fergus take on this one. Would it be okay if I just... Go ahead. I'll go take a better look at this library. Thank you. This book is titled...
I give bed pats to help Vanessa feel better.
Can you imagine it, though, that I make a PNG tuber avatar that is based on Ness?
I mean, I can see it. I've actually been considering making models of my own OCs just so I can, roleplay as them.
That is absolutely fair. All right.
In fact, with this dragon I found in the theater, I may actually make a PNG model for her. Who knows?
I hope it actually goes well.
Yeah.
As Nessa goes take a moment to sit down and process what she read, she would also use this time to actually write down what she knows in that little journal book that is by her person. As Fergus would also investigate a little bit more in the library and would come across that said book. This book is titled simply Compendium of Curses, 17th edition. It is bound in leather and is ridiculously thick with hundreds, maybe thousands of entries. The scribes who wrote the tome included helpful illustrations of curse effects, diagrams of wards against those curses, and embellished sections outlining curses where they could be had. Oh, we could open the book at random to a curse, or try to determine the cleric's interest. Okay, Selene was reading a black book that is dealing with, undead, if you will. That is kind of very much really, really peculiar of what she's actually doing. I am actually going to I could open a book to a random curse, but let's sharpen our noggin. Let's go determine Selene's interest. On the page containing Llewellyn's grim visage of lycanthropy, you can see the single sheet of paper containing a note written in elegant looping hand. Despite the elegance, however, there are some words jaggedly crossed out. A small watermarks certain words. It looks like the letter writer was crying as they wrote. The letter says, Dearest Tomlin, I write to you now as a truly changed woman. I have returned from my pilgrimage needing you, your strength and your love more than ever. The journey to my order and back was harrowing to say at least. Yet, when I arrived in Langston, instead of a lover, I have a wedding to officiate. And while I find it in my heart to love and forgive you, I fear the darkness blooming in my heart will not forgive her, because I must tell you. And that's where the letter ends. There are words throughout that are scribbled out as if the author has been overcome with emotion, and as they were writing. I am gonna keep that letter, huh?
Oh, do you know how to actually go over different like, okay, do you know how to reveal words that have been erased on paper? Because it's actually kind of interesting.
Yeah?
See, what you would do is you would actually take the flat of a pencil and scribble it over the back of the paper to reveal where the indentations in the paper was. Sherlock Holmes himself actually used it.
Oh.
That being said, I don't know if your characters themselves would actually know that technique.
I can kind of picture it in my head. Okay.
But anyway, it's kind of an interesting technique. Wait, I don't think it was the back of the paper though. It might have been the front. But whatever. It's still cool.
But yeah, I'm gonna make Fergus keep that letter because he definitely would. Because this is part of it's gonna be maybe he's gonna keep it as part of evidence, who knows. But yeah, he's definitely gonna keep it as evidence. Interesting. What is it? This compendium of curses. Just found something a little bit important from that. Just found a piece of evidence from this compendium of curses. Fair enough. Let's see. If you haven't done so yet, you can examine the block tome more. Oh, I already have examined the book. It just took me back to this. Okay. Then let's see. We could just go back to let's see. We could just go back to that said book about the Compendium of Curses, and then we'll open up a random page to a curse, because we can do that. As Fergus was putting away the said evidence, the weight of the book The weight of the book shifted to a random page. The first curse you flip is to this Hildebrand's horrendous hiccups, which is just never-ending hiccups for the rest of your life. The curse apparently is from a dram of water from the Shadowfell. The next curse you flip is Primordial Rot. This one creates an effective of some creepiness incursions from one of the element planes. So an arm slowly burns or a leg turns to stone. Opening your mouth might cause winds to gust out from your lungs or acrid water spraying from your stomach. Ugh.
Ugh.
The exact symptoms seems to be highly varied, but all horrific, with the cure being a special ritual to be performed by a divine magic user. You keep flipping from curse to curse, temporal slide, love bane, century sleep. You are engrossed in its sometimes comical, devastating effects, and wait, the sheet of paper? Oh yeah, it's the letter. Okay. Yeah, we decided to go ahead and keep that said letter. Fergus is just done reading. Well, are you feeling better? I am. Seriously though, where is Selene? You know, the more we actually investigate, the more it feels like Selene is having more and more secrets. I mean, she and Tomlin did knew of each other long before her pilgrimage, and from the sounds of it, they were also, from the sounds of it, they knew each other really too well. Well, I have something I would share what I find once we actually go outside. Fair. Now we're gonna go out back to this, and all what's left now is after leaving the library is going to the dining hall. All right, 267. This passage is essentially a foyer leading to a pair of double doors with one left open on stuck hinges. Inside is a large dining hall containing 5 large round tables of smooth wood, each surrounded by 8 chairs. The walls are bare, except for tall windows with frosted glass letting in the morning sunlight. At the far end of the room, there's a door that leads into an adjoined kitchen. Through the open door, you can see any windows in the kitchen, but it is still well lit. This room is enough to fill in so many people. A single cleric cannot live here by itself. Exactly. So, we can either explore the dining room or we can look into the kitchen. Alright.
I have a question.
Yes?
How hungry are your characters?
Well, they already had their breakfast before they left, so they're pretty much good on that front.
Okay, then the kitchen is probably a lower priority. Unless they want, like, a drink or something.
You know what? Let's actually go explore in that dining room for a change. The dining room is an expansive room lit with natural light. Each of the large round tables is neatly installed in a state of disuse. Judging from the layer of dust and all the furniture, no one has sat at this table to eat or converse in a very long time. What? Even this place is also unattended. Fergus says in a very not so happy tone, which is still rather odd. A cleric, a cathedral or chapel of this size would actually have not just clerics but acolytes also running this place. I still find it hard to believe that Selene is I still find it very hard to believe Selene is the only resident of this chapel. And this place has never, and it feels really upset to see too. No one has actually been taking care of this place. And now we can and go into the kitchen. Because it's either that or the main entrance, which we will actually investigate just a little bit more. The kitchen is windowless, but glowing orbs set into the ceiling provided a warm yellow light. The kitchen includes an indoor water pump over a wash basin, a dark iron stove, and a single setting of a plate, a bowl, and a cutlery neatly stacked by a wash basin. Well, I think we have an idea where does Selene go to whenever she does need her meals. The stove is stacked, with one each of a pot and a pan, and a cauldron hanging in the unlit hearth. The stove
Hearth. It's actually hearth.
I mean, okay, that is definitely on me. The stove itself does not seem to have seen much use, as it's getting some patches of rust on its top, but there's ash and soot around the door, so some has lit it recently at least. A heavily wooden door sets into a dark granite frame. Looks like it could be larder or cool storage of some kind. It's either the stove or the larder. I think Nessa would most likely go and investigate that stove because, dear Lord, the way how it's described. Look at this poor thing. My mother will actually have a fit upon seeing this. The stovetop looks like it hasn't been used in some time due to the dust on top of it. However, there is a considerable amount of ash on the floor. What the? Looking inside of the stove, you find the charred remains of some articles of clothing. What is this? Nessa? I'm gonna investigate them clothes. And perception check? I need to roll for a perception check. Or maybe I'll let Fergus actually roll for this one. Who knows? Fergus, look at this. Okay. Wait, which of the two has, Yeah, Fergus is the one that has the highest perception, so... Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Okay! Thank goodness gravity. It's a high one this time. I'm okay. I'm good. I did not lose my.
I feel like a certain wardrobe has traumatized you.
No, I did not. What are you talking about? Okay. Fergus, what do you see with your high with your high perception? He will get a better look. He's going to get a better look adjusting his eyes because do furbolgs have dark vision? Wait, hold on. My bright. Oh shit! Oh, furbolgs do not have dark vision. Okay.
Wait, hold on. Furbolgs are cow people, right?
They're giantkin, more actually, but yes.
Okay, but if they're based on cows in general, then they wouldn't have great eyesight to begin with.
Well,
actually, that kind of makes sense considering the fact that he wears glasses.
He would most likely adjust his glasses, take a better look. Only his eyes would actually only to realize his eyes went wide because I just read. I'm about to read out loud what is in this entry. These are almost certainly burnt holy vestments, but they are not in good condition when they went into the fire. Many of the seams burst long ago, as you can see charred threads, and on one cuff you can find a few droplets of what could be blood. As you handle the cloth, it crumbles in your hand. Oh. As a cleric a war cleric more specifically, but a cleric. Oh, seeing the sight of these burnt vestments made him feel things that is not really pleasant, because these are meant to be these vestments are meant to be used for proper care. Why would these vestments be in this pot to begin with, and being burnt and being disposed? I mean, oh.
There's definitely some incriminating evidence here.
Fergus, are you okay? Normally holy vestments like this is meant to be are meant to be done with proper care, for the sake of holding ceremonies, rituals, and whatnot. It's for a side of a proper cleric to see these actually been used, and to see that these were been thrown into this fire, not only just sends an ire in me as something fierce, but I did notice something very peculiar with them. Yes? The seams actually have been burst from the seams have been burst from the sides, and there's charred remains. And I know from for a moment there is blood. Well, why would it be here? I mean, it's almost, call me suspicious, but I have a feeling these things are just meant to be disposed of, but it's done poorly. Disposed? And now I'm have to going to go and check on that larder, because it's either that, go back in the dining room, or go back in the entryway. I'm fine. I am angry, but mostly to how these vestments are poorly treated. I didn't know such a thing could actually make you feel something this fierce. But then again, I understand, and your feelings about it are just as valid. I do appreciate the compassion. Well, what else could that... So, if this is going to be something that was disposed, what else do you think this kitchen might... What else could be hiding in plain sight? They would think for a little bit, until Fergus lays his eyes on the larder. You open up the larder, and it's noticeably cooler in there. Despite the cool darkness, you see wilted vegetables and sprouting potatoes. Moldy heel of bread sits alone on a shelf as if forgotten. Oh, God, think of the smell.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear gravity.
I will tell you guys this much. I have smelled rotten potatoes before. They get all mushy, and they smell like poop. I am not making this up.
And sprouting potatoes, though. Meaning these guys are trying to find the soil when they're growing sprouts. However, there are several large cuts of meat hanging from the hooks, wrapped in rough cloth. There's beef, a goat's leg, and 2 whole chickens. Given the state of some of the rest of the food, it looks surprisingly fresh. As you look closer, the raw meat seems to have a small but ragged bite marks in it. What is this? However, the cleric's unusual diet does not offer you any clues about where she is at the moment, so you will need to keep looking. Not, oh gods, even this larder has seen better days. Wait, are those bite marks? Yes, but they're peculiarly shaped. And but the meat here looks just fresh. Everything else is just rotting. Oh gods, I think I'm gonna be sick. Okay, well let's just leave. It's gonna take a while for Fergus to actually get himself back in order before they actually would leave the said larder and the kitchen itself. We checked everywhere, and there's no single sign of Selene. It seems to me our little cleric has been. I would give Selene the benefit of the doubt that she was probably busy elsewhere in this building, but with the way how we keep looking out for her, it seems like she is starting to become more and more of an interesting character. I suppose so. Can we just finally wait for her back in the front hall, please? I think maybe we could just discuss what we find. Fair enough, I suppose. They go back into the front hall, and we can now just take a seat and wait for the cleric to arrive. And as they are waiting... So, what is it that you actually find back there in that library? You seem to actually... I think if my memory serves right, you seem to find something in that book and put it away. It's a piece of evidence. One that actually speaks more... which confirms a little bit more of her past connections with Tomlin. Would it be alright if I actually take a read? Go right ahead. But do note that it has seen better days. He presents the said letter to wait, I don't even think I actually saved that said letter to it. Wait, did I save
No, you did. You saved the letter.
Okay,
I remember.
oh, hold on a second. There we go. So Nessa would actually take a look at the letter, and it's peculiar on its current state. And especially with so many scribbled out wordings that it almost that is very much almost illegible. So it seems like she's really waiting for Tomlin to actually come. She was just upset about Tomlin actually marrying this Maybelline. Are you alright? Yes. Yeah, I'm fine. I can't help but actually empathize a bit of Maybelline with the way how she's basically begging for her, Tomlin to... Are you actually thinking... You're pausing again. I'm fine. Remember what I said to you back in the woods yesterday? About that first love of yours? Remember how I said I waited for her for 3 days, only to learn that she actually left for town? I have. I actually understand where Selene is coming from. That I actually hoped that maybe, just maybe, that the girl I loved would actually be there waiting for me. But instead she just basically moved on. I And my point about it actually remains that for someone who actually pursues a noble goal, she is an absolute nonce. Fergus, I meant what I said. Who has the audacity to actually make someone wait only for them to actually not show up at all? Who has the audacity? Who has the absolute audacity to She has the absolute audacity to actually lead you on and disappears. Who does that? Honestly, you actually deserve much better than what she offers. How long ago was this placed?
It's been a year ago at this point. I don't even know where she is, but I had a feeling that if my memory serves right, she would most likely still work hard to achieve her goal in trying to become a noble knight. There was a part of me that actually wondered that maybe, just maybe, when she's finally done, she would be back. And I kind of can't help but wait for, even now, I'm still waiting for her.
I hope. Don't take me wrong, Nessa, but you do know you deserve better, right?
I know.
Poor baby.
Are they talking
about me feel feels?
Are they talking
How
about?
Do you know this?
Who is? The color me curious. Who is that knight? Who is this? Who is this noble knight of yours?
Gloria Galahad.
I'm gonna make Fergus roll for in history upon hearing that said name. Okay. Where's history? Where's history? History. Oh dear, it's just gonna be a flat roll. Oh boy. Fergus.
If I recall correctly, history is found in the books.
Or passing by knowledge, because he is a war cleric. It takes a moment to actually make for Fergus to dig into his mind, and because that name Gloria Galahad sounds familiar. And then he actually recalls a significant moment back in his guild where there is an order that actually showed up once upon a time to actually help aid his said guild. One of them is a particular soldier who is climbing up in the ranks named Gloria Galahad. A young woman who is noble as she is very beautiful, but she is very focused when it comes to the fight and how she actually carries herself with such pride and prowess. He recalls that the one brief time that they actually exchanged such greetings and greetings and such, but he always finds her very standoffish in a sense. A little, sure, he's standoffish himself in some cases, but she's extra in a sense. Wait, that Gloria Galahad?
Yes, her.
The one with the rapier and the one with the rapier and absolutely tall and proud.
Yes, her. Is she?
We've only encountered each other briefly. My order actually, my order and her squadron of knights did help us out in a event in the past. But now that I remember who she is, my point on it still stands.
I mean, she. How was
she? Honestly, she's too focused on when it comes to her or when it comes to the mission that she's too focused when it comes to the mission. Such pleasant exchange, trying to make personal connections is not in her repertoire.
Oh. Well, she does tend to do that. I mean, she can be very focused, and she can be actually, she can be very focused, she can be very, strict, but she knows what she's doing, and she knows what
Careful, Nessa. Careful, Nessa. Your Stockholm's showing.
but she knows what she's doing.
Is leaving you behind. What part of that? Part of what she's knowing that what she's doing. Nessa just stopped upon hearing that, and she just can't help but look sad upon seeing that. And Fergus, knowing that he crossed the line, really feels really shitty about that. He did not mean to actually say that. Forgive me. I just don't like the way how you keep criticizing yourself and trying to explain about her, but you do know she didn't treat you properly, right? It just reiterate my point.
I know.
Okay. Let's see. Even looking down the various passages, you see if she somehow managed to sneak by you, but the cleric has not returned. You entertain yourself by looking around you. The gold inland mosaic of the floor is spectacular. You kick the gold for a moment and realize it's just faintly fused to the floor itself by the same sunburst motif it used throughout the temple. These two are actually just sitting in silence. But Ness is actually absorbing more of his words, and Fergus is, he tries to actually talk to her about it, but it's not sort of working. By the way, how's everyone feeling from all that so far?
Well, right now, I just feel bad for Nessa. I mean, I know you told me this story before, but it still stings. Especially knowing that Nessa can and should do better because, well, Fergus is still is right, but he came about it in a hand-fisted way.
I mean, yeah.
But right now I'm distracting myself with art.
Fair enough. Further up, aging tapestries on the walls depict some epic event involving holy magic and evil undead. The tapestries rise up the walls of the tower, alternating with the windows overflowing with morning sunlight, in which floating motes of dust dance. We can pass the time by examining the tapestries or look at the mosaic on the floor. I think I'll let Fergus take the tapestries, and later, if possible, that Nessa will look at the mosaic on the floors, because she's facing down after hearing that. Okay, so 290. Fergus will do that. He would actually sigh, get up from his spot, just so he could actually need a moment, because he really should. The way he said it came off too hard. These tapestries show holy orders of sun clerics raising the temples and banishing the undead. The story begins in darkness, with skeletons and other undead monsters rising out from the midnight black earth to devour the common folk. And then glowing holy figures appear in the next wall hanging,
impaling the restless dead with the beams of light radiating off of them. The next tapestries depict white-robed figures standing in a ring, summoning a shaft of light down from the sun and striking the earth, replacing the deep darkness of the ground with a ring of green plants. The final tapestry shows the temple you're standing in the midst of houses and other buildings, with the sun in the bright blue sky behind it. Beneath the bright scene, however, is a black band of black earth in which float dark red eyes lying in wait. Okay, you attempt to compare what you see, or we could. Okay, Fergus is gonna attempt with the knowledge that he gained so far, and it's going to be either history or religion. Oh boy. All right. History or religion. My history is not great, and where's my religion? Is it also not great? Oh dear, gravity. Please don't prove I'm right. Gosh, dang it! Oh, dang nabbit, son of a biscuit, mother. I am upset. There are no words to describe this. The tapestries depicts holy figures wielding brightly shining light against some undead menace, but you lack the context for the scene you're seeing. Hold on a second. Let me just turn on the fan in my room. It's so hot in here that it's not making me feel any better. It feels like I'm sweating like a sinner in church.
I mean, you kind of are in a church if you think about it.
Oh.
Although, if you ask me, you might have to condemn another sinner.
Oh no. Roll 20 is one of the is particularly one today. Okay, thanks Lord Bloth for the water. I definitely needed that. Oh goodness, gravity. Okay. Oh, and it's a whole care package. Thank you. Okay.
You know, I might actually follow your lead and grab a drink and turn on the fan as well.
Woo! Okay. Tempted for a certain redeem, but maybe during the break. Aw.
Well, there's one more redeem.
But I disabled the pillows and sent House Gremlin to it. Oh no. That got it, Jay.
This is my legacy in the paper plane in, everyone.
Okay. I'm good. Okay. Alright, so where's my book? I guess when looking at this, maybe the reason why he got a poor roll is that he still thinking about how he actually talked to Ness. Bollocks. He mutters to himself as he actually turns around to actually look at her, and oh, I am so sorry, Jay. Any last words?
I regret nothing!
He's in the jar now.
Yeah, Fergus has no idea on how to actually speak to her because anything he's saying is not going through at that moment. Ness, what are you doing? Okay. Maybe. Okay. Ness is going to distract herself from that mosaic. On that mosaic. At first, you think it's a beautiful bit of tile work, depicting the same sun symbol adorning the rest of the temple, surrounded with concentric. Oh goodness, gravity. Look, it says this. Okay. Hold on. Okay. First and foremost, it says this. In the chat. I'm gonna also put it in the chat. I'm reading out loud as I said from this, but this is what it says. Look at that. You can't help me with. Okay, but it says this concentric. How do you pronounce this? Okay.
Hold on. Show me the word. What are you looking at?
Hold on. Okay.
Concentric.
Okay, concentric. Okay, so that's how it's.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It is concentric.
I've never seen that word often. That threw me off a loop.
Fun fact, I actually used to work for a company called Concentric, so that's fun.
Huh. Alright, let's continue. Okay, I'm gonna read this again. At first, you think it's a beautiful bit of tile work, depicting the same sun symbol adorning the rest of the temple, surrounded with concentric rings of sunbeams and rays. It takes a moment for you to realize that there's no visible tiles at all. So either the whole floor was carved from a single enormous stone, or magic that was big part of the building's construction. What?
Oh, okay. I found out what the definition of a concentric ring is.
Huh?
So basically, concentric circles are like a target. They're all a series of circles that have a common center, and you'll see in the sidebar.
Oh, okay. Let me take a gander at this real fast. Oh, God. Oh, my eyes! Oh, goodness, gravity. Okay, hold on.
Hang on, let me delete that.
Okay, too late. I'm sharing this to chat so they can also see what I'm seeing. Dear good lord, Oh.
Maybe I should have spoilered that, sorry.
Jesus, gravity, my eyes, Okay, I gotta stop doing that. Okay. Okay.
Maybe I should have picked one that was a
My eyes!
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yes. That is the gist of concentric circle. Also, my Discord app has prevented me from unmuting for the past, half hour, so...
Oh, sorry about that, Dave.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. It's just Discord on iPad. For some reason, the buttons seem to stop working.
Oh.
And, yeah, it's annoying, because I can still be in the conversation, but I can't press any buttons.
Oh, that's annoying as giblets.
Honestly, I had a
Yes.
similar situation come up when I was trying to join the call on my phone. For some reason, they wouldn't let me go directly to the server, but I had an alternate method of joining.
Is Discord having a stroke today?
This stonk is having a stroke.
Oh no. I guess Nessa. This is enough to actually shake Nessa off from her bummed feels, and actually left the chair so she could actually get a better look at this. And this is enough to actually catch Fergus from seeing for, and this is enough for Fergus to notice too. What are you doing? Lost in the shining patterns on the floor, you catch your foot on something as you're walking around. The central holy symbol isn't perfectly flat, and it's slightly indented. The shape of the indent is a much smaller sunburst, about the size of a gnome's hand with its fingers outstretched. What do we have here? we can visually examine the indent. I do not have masons or thieves tools, so we're not doing that. Or we could use a weapon to probe the indent. So let's examine this first. And we're going to need to make an investigation or perception. Okay, Ness, what do we have for you? Oh crap, baskets. Where did I move that? Where'd it go? Where did? Okay, there it is. Okay. All right. It's either investigation or perception. My perception's not bad, but I can investigate, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Okay. What's the DC score of that? Is this going to be another episode where Mickey is going to have to use one of the inspirations that I've been stockpiling, like on against the last Easter candy in the before I have to wait for a whole year? Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to do that. Okay. Inspiration and using that one more time. Let's go. That's even worse. That's even worse. Oh, that's even worse. Oh, fee. Okay. What? Okay, now, you know what? I'm just gonna say the proverbial bollocks to this and make both of these two actually help each other so I could get that advantage. And this time around, I'll use you know what? Fergus would actually notice that she is touching the floor, and Fergus and he just basically goes up to her and just asks, "What are you doing?"
I noticed that there's something off with the floor. Think you can actually help me?
Alright. Let's see what you actually got. Let's see what you find here. And Ness, I'm giving you advantage. Roll 20! For the love of the gods above! Please give me a solid! Please!
Why not just use your regular dice?
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah, you forgot you can do that!
Shush. Silence. Cease.
Oh, come on, you know you love me.
I know. Okay. Please don't prove I'm right. Oh, that is even worse! That is even worse! Oh, you goobers of goobers! Oh. That's a 14 in total. And it still doesn't meet the That's a 14 in total. And that's one number short from the DC.
Oof.
One more inspiration. I'm gonna use my other inspiration. Sure, she'll be down to 3, but hey, you know what? I've been stockpiling inspirations from this run. Might as well actually go ahead and do it, you know? And let's also make these two. These two are helping each other again for investigation. So Nessa, please. Ah! Okay. That's a 19. I passed. Oh, thank goodness gravity.
Okay, you got it. You're good.
Okay. The benefits of my own solo D&D adventure is that, in case when things get really bad, you could just, do something about it to make it fun again. I could just disregard the rules if need be. That's true, but I still want to do the disadvantage. But I still want to do the advantage thingy, and assistance thingy. So, yeah, let's go ahead and. All right, Nessa I think Nessa and Fergus this time around, since they both work together, they both get inspiration from that. Yay! Okay.
Hey, at least you get your inspiration back.
Oh yeah, 100%. Hairline cracks are visible, radiating out from the indent. They're even manufactured, as if the floor might open. And upon closer inspection, this looks like the right size and shape to accommodate the sun-shaped amulet, like the one you saw the cleric wearing during the funeral. Oh, Fergus! It's the same shape from that amulet. And wonder. He's gonna go ahead and you know what? We could leave it alone, or we could just press it.
But where's the fun in leaving it alone?
Pressing it, and Fergus gets another inspiration from that! Okay, so that's 2 inspirations. That's 2 inspirations now. And Fergus is gonna get that. I'll take it. I'm taking that bait. As you further probe the indent, you feel the buildup of magical energy. Uh-oh. I have to roll a dex saving throw against... I have to make a roll of a dex saving throw. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, wait. Fergus's stats and dex saving throw is... Oh, no. It's a -1. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, 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 oh, dear. Oh, dear. Ah! I made it! I made the DC! Okay.
Good.
Because if I fail, I will take 1d4 radiant damage from that. So, I beat it. Okay. With a faint click, the sun-shaped opening returns to its hidden state, the seams vanishing entirely. Something beneath the floor also grinds into place. Despite your best efforts to find it, nothing remains of the indent in the floor. It requires some key or object to open. Despite its curiosity, you'll move on to the tapestries or Oh, really? We don't have keys to open this thing? Sheesh. It's either we go back and move to the tapestries, or we could just continue to wait for the cleric. Well, that's dumb. Well, that's absolutely dumb. I was actually waiting for something for it to happen. Can't be helped. What do you think that was about? I have no idea. But it didn't do anything harmful, so that's one thing to take note of. Right. That is true. They, would then actually look up from the floor and look up to each other before they then remember what they said earlier and actually start diverting their visions from each other.
There's something there that wasn't there before.
I'm sorry. I know I'm blunt about it, but I am sorry. I just have no idea how much Gloria Gala had actually meant to you. You're not wrong. Maybe, just maybe, I needed someone to actually tell me, what I needed to hear. Even if it's something, even if it has to be something blunt, if need be. Selene finally returns to the temple through the main door, face ashen and muttering under her breath. The hem of her white robe is stained black with what looks like soil, some of it falling into clumps of her fingers. Ah, where's Selene's image? I need to get her image. Selene is right here. Selene? Oh! Ah! Oh! A flash of fear and anger passes over her face before she composes herself. She continues in a more measured and cheerful tone. Who are you? And what can I do for you? We have actually been invited here by the mayor. As Nessa said that, Fergus actually goes to present the said note. Yes, of course, she says with a warming smile. Of course, you're both the adventurers. You're both the adventurers from the two guilds that the mayor spoke of. Have you been waiting long? We have. That's good. That's good. The cleric says, obviously not listening to your reply. I'm Selene, the caretaker of this temple. It's not often I receive guests, so is there anything I can do for you before we get to business in hand? Well, Selene asks what you need to know, looking expectantly. You can't help but resist her obvious and earnest desire for some conversation. We could ask about Tomlin. We could ask about the details of the undead. Or just wonder aloud why this temple is so big. Ooh. Fergus would definitely wonder why would this temple be so big. That's definitely on him. He would most likely say, bring that up.
Hey, Bio.
Oh, hi, Bio. What's good?
Hello. Alright. Woke up an hour ago, but decisions.
You know what? I'm gonna say screw it and make Fergus actually wonder why this temple is so flipping big.
Yeah.
You see, my companion and I have been actually came here about an hour. My companion and I came here some time ago, waiting for you, but only to realizing that this temple is quite bigger than it's supposed to be. Oh, it is rather large, isn't it? She says with a smile. Apparently, there was a time that being a caretaker of the temple wasn't a solitary post. There was a whole community full of protectors, but that just isn't the case anymore. How come it wasn't, then? Most of the people don't even know why the temple is here anymore, she says, gesturing at the tapestries hanging on the walls. But the temple is why Langston is here. The temple keeps the dead in their graves, or it has until now, anyway. I'm sorry? She trails off, and you ask, okay, would you kindly, explain more about that? She looks back at you with an unusually big smile. And why it will continue to do so for as long as the Order of Radiant Light remains in place here at the temple. It only needs one of us to fulfill the terms of the spell. So, I'm here alone. Only going on a pilgrimage to my Order's enclave and returning before the magic can fade. It's not that doesn't sound entirely practical. I won't lie, though. It does get lonely from time to time, but thank you so much for stopping by. What else can I do for you? Alright, now we could either, ask Selene's connection to Tomlin, or we can go to the, ask about the undead. Maybe we'll save that, undead question afterwards. We'll ask about Tomlin.
we were both wondering, what do you know of Tomlin? Tomlin,
Selene says, her features falling for a moment before she puts a sad smile back on her face.
Well, it's common knowledge that we were lovers at one point, though that's hardly an exclusive honor I have.
Nessa couldn't laugh at that. It's a sad laugh. She knows what that so she knows what that is.
Still, he said that he would wait for me, and that I was his only love. When I was called back to my orders enclave, but it seems that he found his second only love.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, Nessa actually started falling quiet, and her eyes look downwards like this is hitting way too close to home for her.
Indeed.
Is something the matter?
She's fine. She just needs a moment. It's been a long morning. Fergus chimes in. So, would you like to carry on?
Yes, of course.
The pilgrimage back to the Order of Radiant Light was difficult. The trip back, more difficult. But thinking of him made this lonely temple more bearable.
Sadly, it was not meant to be.
She takes another deep breath. I returned to the man I love being betrothed to another. It was devastating. But I overcame it. After all, my duty is to all of Langston. Why are you telling us all this? This is all common knowledge around town, she says with an unusually broad smile.
It's better to hear it from me than from the town gossip. So, with that out of the way, what can I do for you today, you two?
Is everyone doing okay from all that?
I am.
I'm just rolling with it.
Okay. So all what's left now is asking about the temple and the undead. Fergus would most likely Nessa would most likely answer that, but Fergus will look at Nessa and quickly he would ask, "Think you can continue? Are you all right? Do you want me to take over?"
Don't worry. I'm okay. Selene, we were asking about, we wanted to know, does this temple have some connection to the undead?
Selene looks shocked for a moment and studies your faces carefully as she brushes at her dirty robes. Apparently satisfied with what she sees, the young cleric takes a deep breath and gestures to the tapestries hanging around you both.
This temple was raised hundreds of years ago, long before Langston was here. These lands were ruled by the dead. The Order of Radiant Light consecrated these grounds to prevent the dead from rising. But it was not enough. Some fell magic corrupted the soil so that the dead buried in it rose again. Ashes scattered upon it return as malevolent spirits.
She pauses for a moment, clenching a fist and struggling with some overwhelming emotion. When she continues, her voice shakes slightly.
So, to protect the land, a caretaker was installed. As long as the power of the Order of Radiant Light remained in the temple, the land will be still. At least one member of our order has been present in Langston ever since. It is our duty to keep these lands safe, such as Roy's. Thank you, Selene. They are very welcome. But you aren't here for a history lesson. What can I do for you?
Well, given that we've already had these questions already taken care of, It's time for us to actually. It's time for us to actually do what we came here for. We both of us would like to Both of us would wish to brain. Okay, both of us would like to examine Maybelline's body. The mayor has informed us the body is due to be buried tomorrow, and this is our last chance to gather some clues to identify the killer.
No.
Selene says with an empathetic shake of her head. I beg it. Is there a problem?
It's not necessary as an affront to the family of deceased. I'm very sorry, but I can't let you do that.
You're confused. Yeah, Fergus is confused. Nessa is confused. This was the purpose of their visit. You can try to understand her resistance, or we can try to convince her to let her see Maybelline. Shall we try to go for the understanding route and then persuade? Or should we go straight to persuasion?
That's a good question, isn't it?
Honestly, I have no idea.
Okay. Alright. Evens for understanding. Odds, persuade. Well, we're going straight to persuasion then. Okay, Fergus. You have... Compared to the both of you, your persuasion is pretty alright. Okay.
It's possible.
Okay. And you have 2 inspiration. 2! That should be okay. Okay. We're going straight to the point of persuasion. Selene, you must see reason with this. Surely you know that okay, I need a moment. I need some water. I need to actually get some hydration in me so my brain doesn't turn flat like a flat tire.
It doesn't pop like a flat tire.
Ah! Okay. Selene, you need to please see reason. As one cleric to another, it would help out with the community to give some sense of closure. The people. It seems to me that the people of Langston did care for this Maybelline. All they actually wish for is the closure to figure out what is the reason behind her death. Alright, I'm gonna roll for persuasion. Okay. Go. Let's go.
Roll it.
I'm rolling for inspirations! Alright. Or I'm just gonna use physical dice this time around. For Fergus. For this. Please.
I'm sending my inspiration to your roll.
Oh my goodness. Okay. I used that inspiration for this, but it did help. It really did help. I passed. Okay. And I gained inspiration back. So please, Selene. Sister Selene. As a cleric, we wish to investigate the girl's death. It is important that we need to see this body. It won't take long, but we would be immeasurably grateful, and so would the rest of the town.
Well, I suppose it is the right thing to do, isn't it? I'm sure that it will be fine.
Oh, thank goodness this... Oh, thank goodness this Firbolg actually can do this, something. Yes?
Oh, sorry, my brain was wandering. Don't
Yeah.
mind me.
Fair enough.
Follow me, Ite.
She gives the directions to the mausoleum where the body is being stored.
Fergus, thank you.
Well, perhaps later down the line we can It is a pleasure. So perhaps later down the line we could actually. There might be other ways to actually for you to express your thanks.
What?
It won't be anything that bad, but consider it as this is my way of actually showcasing my apology.
Apology accepted.
Lying on the altar on whose enchantments keep the body from decay, she warns you that while pretty in life, Maybelline's injuries are not for the faint of stomach.
Good luck,
She says, turning away to gaze up at the tapestries as you leave the temple. And now we're going to the cemetery.
Okay.
Following Selene's directions, you enter the cemetery from the north. While the bright morning sun streams across the whole graveyard, the hard edges of stone are limned with golden light. Flagstones pave paths with what wind between the rows of graves covered with green grass. From what you can see, the mausoleum stands in the center of the graveyard. Building of the same light-colored stone as the temple, it stands vigil over the more varied headstones and monuments that mark the individuals' resting places. Flowers in different stages of freshness dot headstones and plots through the cemetery with a larger, fresher collection of the mausoleum steps. Off the left, you see one of the graves is disturbed in a strange eruption of deep black earth. It doesn't look like a grave has been dug. You can tell from here what it is.
What?
Nessa would actually. I think it will be Nessa who actually was looking around to see this cemetery and how well it was taken care of until she saw that particular dug up grave. And curious got the best of her, and she's gonna go and take a look. And this will actually stop Fergus's tracks because his partner is not focused. Vanessa. As you approach, you see the earth was hastily dug up, but from underneath. Poking up through the earth and bits of rotted casket, you can see a skeleton frozen in what seems like an attempted to free itself from the earth and reaching the sky. It's still, but its skull is cracked as it sits in a lopsided angle. Based on the amount of decomposition in the headstone, this person has been dead for decades. I think this is what I'm seeing here is this one that's presented in the images. So hold on. Okay. There it is. This is what I think this is the one right here. However, despite the fact that the skeleton is half hanging out from the mound of the fresh black earth, bits of thin wood and dirt of the skeleton fingers indicate that it dug its way out. It seems that these remains had at least of a brief respite from being fully dead. Whatever magic reanimated the skeleton is gone, however. There is a large crack in its skull, and a broken piece of pavement stone nearby, the half buried in those unusually dark soil, as if someone threw some flat stone a second time. What is it?
It's a dead it's some skeleton, but look at the way how this look at the way how this grave is dug. It's almost as if they're dug down from trying to come out, trying to leave this place.
I did recall that Selene did mention that this particular. I did recall that this. Okay, my nose is being a little bit drippy again. Damn it! Ah! Okay. Okay. I did recall that Selene did mention that there has been some undead ties to this place. That their order is the only reason why these undead didn't leave the earth.
Do you think that might be the case here? Do you think what she said is true? That some of the magic is actually faded as much that some of the dead is coming back?
Perhaps. Though it still doesn't sound right to have only just one cleric to actually look over this town, and especially with a chapel that big. Sure, she might say that they might have other volunteers and protectors, but usually a town would most likely have about 2, if not 3 clerics that oversee it. One is too little. Nevertheless, this is not what we came here for. Shall we actually return to where we are?
Right.
The mausoleum is a stone structure with a large white limestone altar in the middle of the room. There are no windows, but it is lit with recessed orbs set into a ceiling, casting bright light throughout the structure. The body of a young woman is lying on the white slab. Even at this distance, you can see the deep gouges across the woman's face and forearms. She clutches a ragged bouquet of pink flowers in her hands.
Oh dear. So this is how. So this is Maybelline.
When Selene did give us a warning, I thought she was exaggerating. Nevertheless, we have a job to do. Do you think you actually have it in you for this? Do you want to? Are you? Okay, brain. Okay, I'm
Do you
doing my
have
bit.
it in you to do the autopsy?
I have it in me to do this. But I mean, I know my specialty is regarding towards animals, but that doesn't mean I have no expertise when it comes. I have no knowledge when it comes to humans.
Well, best be quick about it.
A white sheet, presumably used to cover the body, is lying on the ground at the base of the altar.
You freeze as the body slowly turns its mangled face to look at you. With a snarl, Maybelline's corpse sits up from the altar and begins to stagger towards you. Oh dear, gravity.
Roll for initiative.
I think that might be the case. Hold on. Let me grab Maybelline's body profile image right there. Okay. Well, I think we're gonna see combat. What? She's up. Maybelline's body. It's up. You can't let this creature get loose to the town, so you ready yourself to meet in battle. The undead creature drops the bouquet of flowers as it reaches for you. Alright, time for initiative!
Yeah, boy. Oh boy.
Alright,
There we go.
okay, I am gonna...
Alright, the picture I'm working on is finished. Would you like to see?
Oh, sure.
I've been sketching this whole series on Blue Sky,
Okay.
and this is the next panel.
Oh,
Oh,
the.
That
Yeah,
actually-
Sandra.
that actually looks good.
Yeah, I've been experimenting with cross-hatching and gray tones.
I can only imagine that it's takes a lot of work to actually get that point.
Oh, you have no idea. It's like layers upon layers.
Alright, now I'm gonna roll for initiative for Fergus, Nessa, and the Maybelline. Wait, what's the stats of Maybelline again? I could. Maybe we could just beef up Maybelline's HP just a little bit to 33. It says that her hit points is about 22, but considering that I'm playing two level 2 characters, we're gonna beef that up a little bit to say 33. 33. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and roll for initiative for first is Maybelline, which I will use my physical dice for this. Okay. Okay, that's all right. That's 1. Okay, so that's 15 for... Okay, and Fergus, what's your... Oh, his initiative is poor. Okay. Apparently, he goes before Maybelline. Okay. And Nessa, what's your initiative? Okay. Ow! Oh! Oh, okay! Okay, she's before Fergus. Maybelline's in the bottom. Okay. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Okay. Oh, we're gonna go... I haven't seen this redeem in a while, so... Armor mode!
Alright. Gotta
Wait,
lock
armor
in.
mode.
That's it. That means it's time to lock the fuck in. Let's go.
My eyes!
Okay, there we go.
Good thing
There we go.
You might have some difficulty locking in while blinded.
Excuse me, because I forgot I did not have the proper assets for a transformation sequence. Okay.
We need to fix that at some point.
Probably. Okay, so let us go. Nessa, Nessa, do you have something to actually beat the schniz out of Maybelline? Okay, cause she has okay. Okay, surely we could actually do something that could fight against this. No, let's not cast Entangle. There's nothing to but I will cast I think I'm gonna cast Ice Knife on this. So let's go ahead. Let's go. Cred. Okay. It did. Wait, what's her armor? Oh! She has an 8 to AC?
I guess the undead are not that well protected, so...
No. Huh.
It's almost like they're shuffling corpses or something that are already in a state of decay.
But yeah, I'm gonna cast Ice Knife, and that's gonna be a 1d10 damage. Okay, that's 5 damage on me. That's 5 damage on Maybelline. And wait, didn't Ice Knife also the shard? Okay, on a hit or miss, the shard explodes, and the target of each creature must succeed a Dex saving throw to take 1d6 cold damage. So Dex saving throw on that on Maybelline. But first, let's see. Okay, minus. So let's see. What's her Dex? It's not that good. So let me roll for her Dex. Okay, so yeah, she fails. She fails on that one. And that's 2d6 cold damage. Okay. Oh, wait, what am I doing? I have, physical dice will be saved for Maybelline for the sake of,
Because she's a zombie and she goes.
Okay.
And just attacks.
And that's, okay. Okay, and that's 11 damage from that. Alright, and now it's Fergus's turn.
Zombies got hands.
And now it's Fergus's turn. He will actually attack with his mace. Okay. Okay, and 1d6 plus 2. Okay. Seven damage on that. Oof, buckets. Ouch. Ouchies. And I could War Priest it. I could basically War Priest it to cheese against Maybelline. But then again, once I War Priest it, I'll have to wait for a whole long rest for getting that back. Dagnabbit. Crap baskets. Wait a minute. I can, besides, doing this game run's also helping me, do one thing I haven't, one thing I always wanted to do, and that's actually learning how to, and that's learning how to use, War Cleric as for this one. Now, okay, let's save my War Priest. I will, save that for now.
Battle Priest.
Yep. Okay, it's Maybelline's turn, and I'm gonna see which one she's going to pick. Wait, I have an idea that she'll most likely pick. She'll go after Nessa, because she dealt with the most damage to her. So she is gonna go for a slam attack on Ness. And let's see how that goes. And Ness is and it does not miss, and Maybelline misses. Okay. And now it's Nessa's turn. So let's go ahead and produce flame. Okay. Wait, it's right there. Okay, that hits. So 1d8. Only 2? Oh. Okay. Okay, oh no. I'm good. I'm fine. I'm fine. Okay. Okay.
Fine.
We're fine over here.
This is fine. This is fine. And anything in bonus action. Now let's save the spirit totem when things get really bad. Really bad. Okay. So, yeah, Ness, when Maybelline charges at her, dodges out of the way and quickly tries to throw in a produced flame at her direction, only for it to graze at Maybelline as she still snarls and hisses at Ness. Oh, no, I'm good. I'm good. And Fergus, it's your turn. Fergus. Okay, I need you to do a thing. Smack it. Smack the zombie. Smack the zombie, Fergus.
Give it a good old bap. Just give it a good old bap. A divine bap, if you will.
Yeah, wait! I am gonna cheese that, and I'm gonna use that one. I just found this one bit about War Cleric. I am gonna use Guided Strike on that. So that gives me a +10 bonus to the roll. And it's a no action, so that turns into a 20. So,
Woo!
Oh.
okay, and 1d6 plus 2, so 5. Okay, 5 damage. Okay, what? Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. My calculator's a little bit off. Okay. So, 5 damage on that. And should I just flipping cheese it and just use the War Priest? Ah, bollocks. I'll use War Priest so I can attack again. Okay, so... Okay. What's the attack for... Okay. Guided Strike! And using that with Guided Strike? Using that with Guided Strike, so that's a 14. That hits! I forgot to add in Guided Strike. What am I doing? And 7 damage! Maybelline is still hanging in there!
Maybe she's died with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Fuck. Gotcha.
Upon Fergus quickly intervening and actually goes and strikes Maybelline twice with powerful blows, it's enough for her to actually rotate her head 180 degrees to his direction and tries to go and try to attack him. Oh dear. Alright, and slamming, and she's gonna attempt a slam on Fergus, so where's my... Ah! That's a nat 20!
Oh. Oh my god.
So that's 2d6 damage! Because
Ooh.
that's what crits work in D&D, right? You double it.
Depends
Sure.
on the rules you're playing.
But yeah, I'm gonna say, because it's crit, it's double the damage. Oh no!
Oh.
Calm thyself.
They're net 6s! Both of them!
Mm.
No! That is 24 damage!
That's 12 Oh, actually it's 12 damage, but wait, hold on.
Hold on. You said you said you rolled double sixes, so
2d6.
that's 12.
You doubled
Yeah,
the
that's
dices.
12, which means 24.
Well, hold up. Are you doubling the amount of damage dice or the damage you roll? There's a difference.
Alright, yeah.
Double the dice?
Then it's just 12. It's not 24.
So that's, yeah, double the dice. So that's, 1d, because the, an attack on Maybelline's attack, is a +3 to hit and a 1d6 plus 1 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
So that's 1d6 plus 1. So that's 2d6. Okay, so that's 2d6. And that's 12 plus 1, plus 2 on that. So that's 14 damage! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh no! Ow! 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 Oh my god! Ah!
Oh.
I mean, he is kind of meant for the tank. He kind of tries to tank for it and... Ow!
You're cooked.
He attempts to tank the hit and does so. All of it.
So that's... He only has 3 damage. He only has 3 HP left.
So what you're saying is he survived a crit.
Yep.
That is a miracle just by itself.
imagine that Maybelline struck Fergus in a spot where her hand can actually go past his armor, and it goes for a critical hit that actually just knocked the wind out of him. He spews out blood from it and is in immeasurable pain from that. Fergus! Ness screams out. And Ness, I need you to save this. I need you
Girl,
to do
get
a
your
thing.
shit. Get your shit together, girl.
Ness! Okay.
Get your shit together, girl.
I'm gonna use Produce Flame because I do not have Shillelagh as Ness. Why didn't I think about that? Okay. Shillelagh. No, not Shillelagh. Produce Flame. I'm gonna use Produce Flame. Okay. I'm gonna use Produce Flame and make and gets. Wait a minute. Hold on. I have an idea. I am gonna get Fergus up again with Healing Word as my bonus action first. So that's 1d4. And, okay. Nass is gonna quickly, get Fergus out from that sticky situation. Because, ow.
Bit of a sticky situation.
So he gets
Owie.
6 HP back. Ouch.
Ellie.
Ow! Oh, man! Okay, and Ness is gonna use Produce Flame to... Okay, it hits! Okay, and Maybelline is dead! Burned from that spot as Ness saves him. Oh my lord. Okay. Okay, zombies reduced to 0. Maybelline's corpse rolls a con saving throw, DC plus 5, the last damage you dealt? Huh? Okay.
She gon' pop.
Oh, con saving throw against 5 plus last damage dealt. 4 plus, that's 9 DC. She did not make it. So it fails. And Nessa gains an inspiration from that.
Oh, wow.
Oh my lord. Oh my lord almighty. Oh man. You defeated the undead creature. What remains of it falls to the ground, lifeless once again. Fergus! Are you okay? I'm fine. I'll give it credit. It got me. But I can... You're still bleeding. No worries. Nothing wrong I can handle. And I'm gonna use Cure Wounds on myself because, dear lord. Because that damage, man. That damage, Jesus Christ. I did not expect Maybelline to have that. I did not expect that D20. I did not expect that nat 20 at all. Oh! 12 HP back. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Okay. And he's back to full health. I think after this chapter, I'm gonna go have that intermission break.
Sounds like you need it.
Okay.
You tried to stop I'm fine. What matters is that both of us actually came out of that alive and intact, and not turning into that.
This is true. But I'm just glad that you're still okay. I didn't know what I don't know how I'd feel if something terrible happened to you.
Nessa. Oh. Now that's interesting how she said that. Fergus did not say anything. In fact, he couldn't say anything. That took him off guard, and I'm gonna make Ness roll for perception. Oh, that's a dirty 20. Okay.
I need to take my leave. Rachel's coming back soon, and we're planning to go to the store together.
Alrighty,
Fair
you
enough.
have a good shopping trip.
Of course, we're gonna get a new fan.
Yay! It's needed because summer's coming.
Oh boy, it is! Alright, see ya.
Take care! I guess when Ness actually said that and catching her breath, and Fergus actually had that moment that really took him off guard, she noticed very quickly that his ear flicked upon saying that, upon hearing her say that.
Your ear twitched.
No, it's itchy.
Sure it is.
Okay, so anyway, I guess at that point the party's going to actually go and investigate. Hey, Afton! Hi, welcome, Raiders, welcome into the Paper Plane Inn. I'm Mikata Neely, and we are currently playing the Wolves of Langston, a solo D&D adventure. But Afton, thank you so much for the raid. I hope your stream actually turned out pretty good. I actually hope that you had a good day, but if you're feeling tired, you can go ahead and rest. In fact, here's the keys to the inn, and you know where your place is. Just make sure you leave the towels in right where they are after using them for showers. Alrighty then.
Yep.
So Nessa and Fergus, after that little moment, would then start to investigate the body's injuries. Not from the one that they caused.
But I mean, what I'm trying to say is that
It's fine. Let me actually go and investigate the body. Besides the wounds you've inflicted, the body seems to have been mauled by a wild animal. The claw marks are broad and deep. Not what you expect from bony claws or even the most beasts of the forests. There is a range of patterns of claw marks as well, while many crisscrossing and seemingly at random. There is also the bouquet of pink flowers with a tag that the creature discarded that you examine. Nessa, would you kindly go and pick up that bouquet?
right.
It's a bouquet of daisies, accented with the pretty pink flowers, but they're the ones here in the mausoleum. You read the tag and it simply reads, "Rest well, Maybelline." It's signed by Tomlin the herbalist.
These are from Tomlin's.
The flowers are crushed and broken, the only ones the zombie picked up from the outside of the mausoleum. Wait, the only ones the zombie picked up from the outside the mausoleum. With the information you've collected, we can go back to the temple and let Soleil know what's happening. There's no Discord server yet, but that's something that is currently in the works. I'm sorry.
But once the server has been released, I will let everyone know. That is my promise.
Yep. Yeah. You'll know when you know.
Are you okay? Sore, but fine. So, these claw marks on the body.
They really don't look more like anything I see from an animal.
And the bouquet?
It's crushed, but it's signed by Tomlin.
Fergus takes a moment to think really deeply before he actually goes to Ness and said, "Perhaps we should actually go and check on Selene."
Right.
Selene is surprisingly still in the front entry hall. She's staring up at the tapestry showing holy warriors radiating sunbeams, destroying an army of skeletons. She jumps and stifles a shriek when you rush into the temple's entry hall.
You're back! So soon? I mean, what did you learn? When we arrived there in Maybelline's mausoleum, when we're about to go and investigate, she started to rise up, and we had to kill her for the second time. It shouldn't be possible.
Just to make sure she's double dead.
It shouldn't be possible.
Selene whispers over and over as she clutches her holy symbol. She ignores your silence and stretches into an awkward length of time. Okay. I know that one of the options here is that we could leave, but we're in deep in this already. We could either interrupt her reverie, or we could wait to snap her out of it. You know what? Fergus is very impatient at this point. There is absolutely... this is the point where the no fucks given is starting to reach that point. His patience is starting to wear thin on Selene. He would definitely he would definitely push for it. Sister Selene? She stares at you with deadpan horror.
The dead shouldn't be rising. They can't. Not while there is a member of the Radiant Order in the temple.
Well, the mayor of Langston needs... the mayor of Langston... Given that this is what's happening right now, the mayor of Langston needs to know so that way this land can be protected.
Of course, yes,
Selene says, still staring off into the middle distance.
If you would, please let the mayor know that that would be very helpful. Are you all right? Now, if you wouldn't mind, I need to return to the library, and you need to speak to the mayor. Thank you both so much.
Alone in the silence of the temple's entry hall, there is nothing more for you to do but return to the mayor to the town hall.
That was incredibly abrupt.
Quite too abrupt. We just
came back from taking care of what happened to Maybelline. I know that she was requested to be buried, but can you imagine that if she did rise up right when they're about to be buried, that would be awful.
Something is not really adding up. Something is not making sense. At the same time, some things are making sense.
You think so?
It's something that I'm keeping to myself for the time being, but I'll share to you once we're actually in private. Until then, we need to get to the mayor. She needs to know what exactly is happening.
Right.
You leave Selene anxiously talking to herself at the temple and hurried back to the town. The mayor's aide greets you at the door and escorts you to her office. Alright, let me go get her character profile right now. Did you learn anything new? She says, instead of greeting as she is writing on some document with some wooden ink pen.
Well, Fergus and I went to go see Maybelline's body in the mausoleum. But the moment we have arrived there, her corpse rose and attacked both of us.
We had no choice but to fight it. It's the only way to actually put her down again. The mayor sets down her pen and gives you her whole attention. You explain everything you saw at the cemetery. That shouldn't be possible. That's the aide. That shouldn't be possible, blurts the aide in the first real emotion you've seen him express. The temple and the temple and its clerics are meant to protect the town. Is the magic fading? What is Selene? What is she doing about it?
Well, we both saw her left the temple and it's not clear what she'd do next.
Compose yourself, the mayor says to her aide before addressing you. With this new threat, we must complete the murder investigation. The mayor orders the aide to call up the militia to patrol the graveyard, especially at night, and draw up a proclamation announcing the accusation of Maybelline's murder. First Maybelline, and now this, the aide mumbles as he leaves the office. Maybe it's time to go to school and like in the city like Mother wants. We could just use your help patrolling the streets tonight, if you can manage after your ordeal today. Okay, we could go and get some rest, or we could go to the militia and help out.
After that encounter, I think maybe just like maybe have a little nap or like a short rest.
Yes, a nap. That's what Ness and Fergus usually get up to.
Uh-huh.
I haven't reached that part yet! The key word
Yes,
is...
but the joke was right there.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay, so what should it be? Should we actually go and rest, or should we actually join in the said militia?
You do have like full health, so you are, unless you're like short of spell slots or something, even then you'll have several hours to rest until the evening, I imagine. So yeah, it's really just a matter of preference would be my suspicion.
Okay, so... Okay, crap baskets. I lost the number. Okay, there it is. Alright. I was almost there on losing that significant point. Okay.
Losing your significant other, that doesn't happen. That's you're kind of skipping way towards the end there, huh?
I mean,
All right, kidding.
Okay, I mean, it would make a little bit of sense that, it would make a little bit... Fergus would most likely volunteer for the militia because he is a war cleric.
Yeah.
Ness, well, they are... Fergus has returned back to full HP, and Ness is also... She used up 2 spell slots today. And Fergus did not use any spells. Well, wait, he did use one spell, and that's it cure wounds. Okay. Okay, I am stuck in a choice. I'm really stuck on a choice. Okay. Okay. I think we could just hold on a second. Dang it, I lost the point when it comes to the mayor offering us to figure out what we shit. Okay. I've lost the point. Oh crap baskets.
Lost the plot.
You're all right.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I found it. I found it. I found the point. I would let Ness go take that long rest, while Fergus will actually go split and join the military. Would that actually? I wonder if that could actually do for that. Maybe I'll let. You know what? Bollocks to that. All right. So. I think Fergus would say, "I will vote if there is enough room for if there's enough room for the investigation. I would like to volunteer myself. I would like to volunteer my services for to aid the militia." Splendid.
Fergus, are you sure?
Of the both of us, you look more exhausted. It's better for you to actually get proper rest.
I think I will be. I could go a little bit further.
Nessa, please. I almost. I may have almost lost my life, but you also lost yours earlier. I just want to make sure that you are kept safe. When this is over, I will come back to the inn. I promise. Sure, these two are both from two opposing forces, but Ness does feel exhausted because yes, I did use 2 out of my 3 spell slots available.
Ness will travel hell and back with Fergus.
Yep.
Despite her physical condition.
You better stay safe. All right.
All right. I will. And for Ness, she will have a meal and turn in for the night, as her rest is interrupted once more by the wolves howling in the distance. But it's just the regular sounds of the forest, and you quickly settle back to the rest of the night.
I hope you're okay, Fergus.
It did startle her, but eventually she went back to sleep. Though she is much more huddled up at this point. Meanwhile, and yes, she will gain the benefits of a long rest from that. So, where's that point? Where's the point? Sheesh, where is the point? I lost the point. There's the point. Fergus. And he gains an inspiration from that. Neat!
Hell yeah. More inspiration.
Okay. Alright. as Fergus left, as Nessa left to go to the said inn, she goes to the mayor. Ness, after Ness left, he continues. You press the lane with the need to investigate the girl. Wait a minute, hold on. I already read that. Okay, sheesh. Wait a minute, hold on a second. I think I done diddly goofed. This is not the point. Okay, where's the one with the militia then? Oh, dagnabbit. Hold on a second. No, that's a black book. There it is, 301. Okay. There it is. I found the point. I almost did a done diddly goof. Okay. You off? Mayor, would it be... Okay, he already offered his services, so let's continue. Fortunately for you and your group of club and pitchfork-wielding companions, you find no more zombies or skeletons. However, you do find the remains of 2 bodies seemingly torn apart. The wounds identical to those that killed Maybelline. Your party returns sometime in the deepest darkness of the wee hours, when the waning moon has set, and the only light outside of town are the stars shining through patchy clouds. Fergus would not like it that there's 2 more bodies that are seemingly torn apart in the same injuries that Maybelline's body had. This is getting out of hand, and he's not liking it one bit. And there's still no sign of the dag killer. But you stumble upon your room and flop into the bed without undressing. In armor? In armor! Are you sure about that book? In armor! Do you see what Fergus is wearing? Sure, it's kind of plainish. Sure, the armor design is a little different, and I don't know where it falls under.
You took some liberties. But
in armor! I don't know. Maybe Fergus would actually took the time to unbuckle some of his armor off before resting. And Ness, upon hearing a particular heavy thud, would stir from her sleep, but is assured that Fergus is back in his own respective room. This is Ness and her they're both back in their separate rooms at this point, and takes a sigh of relief that he is back. Okay. Barely enough energy, you let your gear clatter to the floor as your tiredness overwhelms you. It feels like you blink, and the sun is streaming through the window, and it's time. Okay. Hold on. Well, he'd rather take off his priest collar, respect for the vestments and all. I mean... Hold on. Let me just bring out Fergus real fast, especially with how I depict him for my art. Where is the boy? There's the boy. There's the boy. Okay, there's the big boy. There, right there. Yeah.
The lad.
He, what would most likely make sense is that he would try to remove that priest collar as well as that armor there. But wait a minute! Hold on a second. I think wait a minute. I remembered something. Oh! I gave him cast-off armor. I'm a nonce. I am an absolute nonce. I forgot that I gave him cast-off armor for the sake of instant on and off, switch on, switch off armor, just like what I am right now. Why did I do that? Because when he does cast off his armor, he looks more like this, if you will.
Yeah. Or what does he look like underneath that?
This. What you're seeing right now there.
Yeah, but I'm just saying what's underneath that as well.
Anyways.
You would know. You would fucking know. Anyway, yeah, let's go. Continue on with the game.
Okay. He would definitely flop in the bed and is exhausted. Ness is startled from her sleep, but she is relieved that that particular thud in his room is that Fergus is back. So she just went back to sleep.
Oh,
Okay.
what?
While Ness gains the benefit of a long rest, Fergus gets the benefit of a short rest. I don't know if that seems right.
I'm not sure about this one, Chief.
You know what? I'm just gonna hand wave this, say bollocks to this, and give Fergus that long rest. Because he's been through a lot. Let my man get the proper rest he needs.
Yeah. Let that man get some Z's. He's an EP. He's an EP fella now.
Yeah. Okay. It feels like you blink, and the sun is streaming through the window as it's time to haul yourself out of bed. Nessa would actually prepare herself for the day. She hopes that Fergus actually slept okay, and then the both in their own respective rooms realize something. There is no breakfast this morning, so you gathered your things and searched for food.
Oh, Fergus, good morning. You look like you've seen better days.
All right.
So, what happened? Did you find anything?
Nothing but 2 more bodies, all having the same marks that Maybelline had.
You mean there's more?
The more this kind of goes on, there are more potential victims that will most likely happen.
So, what do we do?
Well, first and foremost, since there's neither I take breakfast and it wasn't served to you either.
No.
Odd. You find the mayor sitting beside the bowl of plain oatmeal and a cup of tea waiting for you. Possibly in the hallway, I think. A tray of food is waiting for both of you on the tables across the mayor, who is calmly waiting with hands folded and a cup of tea streaming at her elbow. You both sit down to eat, as her face tightens with what you assume is a smile. Ugh. Today, you will make the accusation, she says. The whole town is likely to attend. We will do it in the town square. You acknowledge that you are ready to accuse someone of killing Maybelline. She sits with you both, and she sits as you all finish your morning meal, and she then escorts you to the town hall.
She really is. This is it. What do you think we know so far?
Some things. Had it not been for the circumstances that happened last night, I would have actually shared with you. We would have actually took the moment to share with what we have and piece together what we know.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll do so when we get the chance, before we actually reach the town hall.
Most likely.
Since you helped the mayor rid the town of Horace and Titch, the silence remains, but now is taken up on a companionable quality, lacking previous awkwardness. The mayor nods and then says,
with the added threat of the undead, we must resolve the murder investigations quickly. Oh, hold on a second. My aide will make himself available to you. If you need to visit the general store, this will be your last chance before the town gathers. After this point, you may now visit the general store. continue here when you are ready. I will take.
Chat, we're going to the store. Do you want anything?
I will take my leave now, and my aide will prepare the documents you require to accuse the killer without my presence. Good luck, both of you. All right. So, I don't think we actually took the time to visit the store. So, maybe we'll actually take a... Fergus, maybe we could just take a look at the store real fast and see what they have? Well, I suppose, I suppose something to actually help us out. I suppose they might have something to help us out before we actually get there. And... But as they left, the general store smelled of sawdust and is always well lit and well loved oil lamps. Decades of neglected dusting means that the windows are so thick with sediment that it's impossible to tell what time of day it is outside. Gross. The proprietor greets you with a warm smile and offers you to help with whatever you need. He reminds you the potions that are especially good value here in Langston, thanks to Tomlin the herbalist goods work. Okay. So we're looking at the I'm looking at the store right here. Oh no. The cat is meowing. Cat,
Oh,
no. Jojo,
No.
no. Jojo, no.
No,
Oh,
baby girl.
baby, no. I'm trying to play cat.
No play, only pets. I demand pets.
I think a potion of 25 gold pieces for a potion of healing? Was it always that expensive, or am I remembering things wrong?
D&D inflation.
Damn.
Hold on. Hang on now for a second. Hold on a minute, because I need to actually go take a gander of this really fast, because I need to actually go and not for gore.
Okay.
25 gold pieces for a potion of heat. Was it always that expensive, or am I imagining things?
Truth be told, I actually don't know.
Hold on a second. This is... Oh! Apparently... Okay, so apparently, it costs 50 gold genuinely, but, it is half off because, it is half off thanks to Tomlin's work. Ah! Dang it, the one time I wish I actually played a bard so I could actually, shorten that for a little bit more.
Damn.
But there... Let's see, I think for the sake of, insurance, I am going to get a potion of healing. That's 25 gold pieces. So, I will get that as... I will get that as Fergus, just to be safe. Just to be safe than sorry. Okay, and 25. Let me go at that, healing, okay. Okay, and I'm gonna say for this house rule, potions are going to be... drinking a potion is gonna count as bonus action. It's an important house rule. And one you can see in Baldur's Gate, but it is an important one.
Yeah, for reference.
So 25 gold removed from his pockets. Ness says go. Let's see. They don't even have any magic weapons in here aside from the one that Roy gave us. No, baby, please don't. Cat!
Jojo jump scare.
Joe! Baby girl! Can you not? I'm
Yeah.
trying to do a thing!
She's gaming. She's gaming.
Jojo!
Okay.
For this, you know what, for the sake of argument, I'll also give Nessa another, I'll also give Ness a potion of healing too. Just to be safe than sorry. It's insurance. In case if she's all out of spell slots. Alright, and we're gonna add that to equipment. There we go. And with everything that is said and done in here, I wonder. Let's see. Wait. Wait, alright, I need to find the point. Okay, where I last left off. No. Okay. Alright, where is the said point? Oh! All the way down here, huh? Okay. Oh, we're already at the accusation? Shit, we're already here in chapter 6. Okay. So, we're going to use this time for that 10-minute break. So, let's all use this moment to stand up, stretch our legs, and then we'll actually go straight to, where we left off with this game, because chapter 6 is the last chapter of this module, and it's the accusation. So, I'll see you guys in 10 minutes, and I hope to, and who knows where this is gonna go, so catch you then!
Alright.
Intermission break!
Stretch your legs, get a drink, do whatever you can.
All right, we are back.
Oh, nice.
Okay. RNG demands sacrifice. Oh, but the only one here is. Oh.
Oh, that's too easy. It's an easy decision.
Call it, Bio.
Heads.
So, I was gonna say evens or odds, but okay.
Alright, fine. Fucking coin flip.
Okay. I'll take that's odds. Ah. I am so
Alright,
sorry, Bio.
That's fine.
Any last words? Gross. But hey, look, your hat's a lid now.
Yeah. Until it falls off.
Fair enough, I suppose. Well, well, Dave, don't worry. Dave is gonna be back, Lord Bloth. He's just gonna go and do an errand. He just messaged that to me just now.
Yeah.
So, we are actually gonna go ahead and start ourselves to continue where we left off, because we are now in chapter 6, the accusation. So, Golem, stop music. Okay. Oh no.
Bless
What? Why are you meowing at me? Why are you complaining?
Because you're avoiding her.
Oh goodness, gravity. Hold on a second. I'm okay. I'm good. I'm golden. I am cringe but free.
I am same. Same, Oomphy.
Okay. Alright. We are now back in Langston. And we are now, is Kitty trying to, form some sort of pout? Maybe. Maybe.
I
Alright.
know mine is just being, a little street princess.
As Nessa and Fergus left the store, they are heading towards the 8, where the 8 is currently waiting at, and they began to talk. So, let's try to learn what we gathered so far. We have a silk ribbon, and you have a love letter. Maybelline's body, was filled with gash marks of... Maybelline's body is filled with lots of gash marks. One that is not recognized as that of an animal at all. And more so worryingly, that there's more undead that is starting to come out. More so worryingly is when Maybelline's body just returned back to the grave and started to attack everyone, starting to attack us. It is starting to get a little bit more concerning. But what else is there? Celine, I wish Celine did manage to help us out a little bit more, but she seems to be a bit perturbed of what we discovered. Remember how I said that Celine is starting to become a little bit of an interesting character? Yes? I have a feeling that I had a feeling that she is involved in some form or another. Oh, hi, honey!
Hey,
Hey!
still on the road.
Are you gonna be okay?
I'm just glad we don't have a D&D game today, because if we did, I probably wouldn't be able to join because I am tired.
Well,
I got a full day's work in.
you know what?
Hell yeah.
That's fair. But I'm glad
I'll be giving you a hug when you get home.
I will happily accept said hug.
Good. Mean for
I'm
me.
just wondering
Hmm?
how I'm gonna. I'm just wondering how I'm gonna decompress once I'm home.
Well, I will give you a heads up. I just washed the sheets, but I've yet to fix them.
Okay. Then I know to take a shower tonight, so that way I can fully enjoy those sheets.
Good.
Stinky. Steve's no stinkiness in the house, right?
Aw.
Let's see. But yes, we're in the last. I'm currently in the last chapter of this module, the accusation.
Ah.
You mean you mean to tell me that all this evidence that we gathered, Selene might be connected to them?
And notice how she actually behaves with the way she's with the Tomlin. Or
So, this means
yes, I have an idea on who is our killer. And we're gonna go straight to the Nessa and Fergus does go find the town aide, and they are now gonna go to the town itself. You emerge from town hall to a gathered crowd. It seems like the whole town has arrived and surrounded the entrance, waiting for you to deliver the results of your investigation. Most of the townsfolk are unknown to you, but you're able to pick out a few you had spoken over to the past few days. They say the aide has set up a small table with a single document, a quill, and an ink pot. He lifts the document and starts to read out a formal accusation of the murder of Maybelline, a citizen with good standing in Langston. It details the circumstances of her life and the death in some jumbled legalese. So, you turn your attention to the people gathered in the front. Most of whom are common folk you haven't had a chance to meet yet. Towards the front of the crowd, however, you see the now familiar faces of Tomlin, Roy, Selene, and Mayor Anathram. Accompanying the mayor, you see a few militia members standing at the ease, but with long clubs hanging in their belts. Tomlin is standing at relative ease. An attractive young woman is standing too close enough to him to touch, but barely not doing so. Dear Lord, Tomlin, please! Can you not? Roy smiles.
Hell, Tomlin.
Roy smiles at you as you emerge, his nose and cheeks still ruddy with his illness, but his eyes bright and clear. Selene stands alone in the crowd, her white robes stark contrast to the homespun clothing of the most of the townsfolk, and her face is drawn with apparent exhaustion. Mayor Anathram of Ortania the Wolf of the Wolf of the Road, as you have now known her to be, stands rigid and imposing as ever, but she graces you with a nod nonetheless. Her aide steps in front of you to address the town. These are trying times for Langston, and you all are afraid of. Maybelline's death was tragic, and she was taken long before her time. And while she is now beyond our reach, we can still get justice for her death. The aide turns to you as he dips the quill in ink. Fergus and Nessa feel the eyes of the entire town bearing down on both of them, as well as the writing tools over the documents. Who murdered Maybelline? Oh, it's time, everybody. There are a few options in this accusation. One of them's Tomlin, one of them's Roy, one of them's Selene, one of them is Tanya, the wolf, or the road, or the mayor. But I have a feeling on my gut on whom's the flying handbasket it is. Fergus stares at these people and who murdered Maybelline. He and Nessa worked really hard to gather the evidence, and he is grateful that Nessa has an idea on who he is talking about. As he goes to the said podium and starts to make his speech. Dear citizens of Langston, my partner and I have been working hard to help aid you on your dire need to find the murderer. I do not know who Maybelline is, but I can tell that her presence resonates strongly towards all of you. You all deserve better after considering that her death has been gone too soon. But rest assured, my partner and I, who despite our odds, worked together, and we managed to figure it out from the evidence that we've collected who the murderer is.
Oh.
Standing before us they are here right now as we speak, and I am talking about Sister Selene of the Radiant Order as the killer of Maybelline. A shocked murmur ripples throughout the gathered townsfolk. A few people even crying out of their disbelief. With pursed lips, the aide writes Selene's name onto the document and hands it to you. Accusation against Selene is in the inventory. Okay, Fergus, we're gonna do the thing.
Alright. Come on, Fergalicious. Do your thing.
It's clear that A doesn't believe you. Do you have any evidence to back up this claim? I believe I have. And we can go through, and we have the inventory, and we have the stuff from our inventory. I almost forgot the burnt clothing. Dang it, I almost forgot that. We did investigate that one in the stove, and let me also add that to that list. So, we could present the love letter, the burnt clothing, or the silk ribbon. I think I'll present the burnt clothing first.
Alright. Is it the hard hitting one? Or is it just like
I think Fergus will start small and then work his way up to the hardest evidence that he has on his person.
That's it. They'll get him to start sweating.
Mm-hmm. Fergus displays the burnt clothing, as many in the crowd notice the bloodstains on it. Citizens of Langston, I present to you the first of the first pieces of evidence my partner and I had gathered. The burnt vestments that contains these bloodstains and this burnt areas of these pieces. I am a healer, Selene scoffs. Many of those would need for me for bleeding. Many of those would need for me are bleeding when they call, so it's not unusual for me to discard old robes. If it is too common for you to burn them, then why did you discard them the way they are? Well, what else am I supposed to do with them? She asked. Her voice is just edging towards a shrill. Donate bloody rags to the poor! The crowd also notices Selene's shift in tone, and the people are starting to gossip. The young cleric looks out and sees heads bobbing together in whispered conversations with her cheeks flushed. This evidence is compelling, but still circumstantial at the best. Have you had anything else to present? And Nessa would present, Nessa's the one with the silk ribbon, so she'll go last. So Fergus will present the love letter. May I present to you the second evidence? Fergus has presented the love letter to the aide as he reads it. His face flushes a little. Selene's face darkens as she recognizes the sheet of paper. What does it say? That cries out a voice from the crowd. What is it? Calls out another. Please, Selene says quietly but surprisingly firmly. Please don't. It's a personal letter, the aide says. From Selene to Tomlin. Confusing deep, romantic feelings. And hitting at something else.
Motive, maybe. The mayor says, but hardly evidence. Do you have anything more substantial? Yes, we have. Nessa steps up as she presents the silk ribbon that they found in the temple. Maybelline's ribbon. Maybelline's ribbon, Tomlin shouts. Selene, how did you get it? Selene is at a loss of words, her mouth hanging open. Tomlin rushes Nessa, reaching for the ribbon, but stops himself. I gave that to her for her birthday, he says. Her last birthday. And she was wearing it on that night. On the night you killed her! Eyes flashed with anger, Tomlin spins on Selene and raises a fist. Luckily, two men from the crowd rush forward and hold him back. Chest heaving, he shakes he shakes them off, but returns to his companion. He jumps as she touches his arm, but when he looks at her, he seems to find some composure. Oh, come on.
Oh.
In the meantime, the townsfolk have backed away from Selene, leaving her small and isolated. But she isn't looking at you. Her eyes are fixed on Tomlin. Her mouth is pressed into a thin line. Ahem. So you have any other evidence to present? We already did the love letter and the burnt clothing. So no, I have made my case. We both no. Let me reiterate that. No, we have rest our case. Honey.
Hi.
Sorry to leave without a word. Things were getting really bad in traffic.
I honestly don't
saw
blame
the picture.
Yeah, I put a thing in the open chat of why it was like that.
you. Huh?
Yeah, holy shit.
Ah!
Holy shit. Yeah. Okay, so for everyone on stream, Steve went past what appears to be a FedEx van that got fucking sideswiped.
It's really bad. Really bad. Oh, goodness gravity. I hope the driver is okay from all that.
Judging by the area in which there's the most damage, the driver's likely injured, but likely gonna live. That's his job.
Yeah. Your package
Even
might
if
be
it wasn't
late,
your
but
fault, you
at
don't-
least
when
the
it-
driver's
when a
okay.
job- in a vehicle like that, you don't just walk away.
No.
Jesus Christ, yeah. But your package might be a bit late. Whoever's getting something FedEx.
Hey,
Sorry.
hey, honey.
Sorry.
It's okay. I was just actually talking to Steve. That's all.
Okay, all right. He's just
Hey, hey. I made a I don't suppose we can see the photo. Okay, but
all right.
fair warning, it's not
Fair
pretty.
warning,
Don't worry,
It's
no
kinda
blood
fucked
or
up.
anything like that unless you count oil as blood.
Well, yeah, it's sort of like a trigger warning to any robots in the chat, including me. Although I don't really feel anything. Who am I kidding? Yeah.
You're okay. You're home. I'm proud of you. You're home. You're home. You're safe.
All right. Okay.
That looks
What
like
you
a
need to do
mess.
after the
Oh,
stream?
it was a mess. Trust me. When I got there, they were doing a cleanup, so it was likely
Bro,
worse before.
He drove past that.
So,
How
in
can-
terms of the driver of the FedEx truck, they're likely going to walk away, probably with some cuts and scrapes, maybe a bone break or 3, but they'll probably
Lots of
walk away
bruises as
from
well.
it.
Lots of bruises as
Yeah.
well.
Yep,
Take
but
into account to
even if they manage to keep their job at FedEx, they're likely not going to trust them with another truck.
Or
Bro, that-
they would or best case scenario, it's gonna take a while for him to come back.
Mm-hmm.
Not with all that injuries and bunch that he just suffered.
Yep.
Bro, I'm a. Yeah.
Mold on top of there?
I'll take care of that
Wait.
later, sweetie.
Okay.
Leave it there.
That's alright.
Looks like
Now,
jelly.
I need you,
Gross.
after the stream,
Grody,
I
man.
need you to give him post-stream cuddles.
Of course,
Alright.
I'm gonna give him post-stream cuddles. Right after,
Yeah,
as soon as
in
we
bed.
fix the bed, because I did wash it today.
Alright, fair enough.
All right, now accusation. Let's continue the accusation.
Love you, hon.
Love you too. Okay, where were we? Ah, yes, this part. No, Vanessa and I have rest our case. I think we've heard enough. Mayor Anathram says, take Solane into custody. So that's it, Solane says as two members approach to her. Don't you want to know how I did it? The two men pause just outside of the arm's reach. They look at each other nervously. The smile that spreads across her face has no trace of the meek kindness that she's shown so far, and it hints at a growing madness in her. Come closer. I'll show you. Sensing the danger, the two militia members flanking Selene reach for her, just as the cleric doubles over in what seems like excruciating pain. Then, an angry crackling, rippling sound emanates from the slight cleric's body. It bulges, ripples, splitting her robes as muscles and fur sprout out from her body. Limbs elongated, her face twists into a bestial muzzle. And through it all, the crowd stands in rapt horror. The only sound in Selene's pain, laughter, which drops into a guttural snarl. No, Roy gasps. Werewolf! In a moment of blind heroism, two militia members of either side of the cleric rushes in to try to restrain her, but she breaks them both with her powerful arms, ending in long claws. Both men cry out splurts of blood and fall into the ground. Tomlin's new woman clings into him as the cleric as the cleric changes Selene's growl in rage. You! No, that's Selene. You! She points at Tomlin. You are now and always be mine! She charges at her former lover, teeth bared and saliva streaming. Whatever collectively uncertainly held the crowd in place vanishes in the face of all that blood, and the stampede begins. You are buffeted by panicked people blocking your way. Fergus! Over here! Most likely, Fergus will actually quickly swipe Ness away from from being barricaded by the entire by the large crowd. Dear gods, no! Tomlin screams, his voice high with fear, powered by the rage and her unnatural strength. Selene snatched him up with clawed hands as if he weighs nothing more than a rag doll and bounds through the crowd. Through the tumult, you see her leave a trail of fallen townsfolk. Oh, shit. Most merely knocked to the ground as she reaches on one of the walls on the buildings nearby. She scrambles on one hand on the roof, her claws leaving long gashes at the whitewash and wood. Reaching the roof, she pauses to let out a long, keen howl before sprinting across the rooftops, moving to the east towards the temple. She's a werewolf all this time!
Oh,
Arm yourself and go after her! Mayor Anathram yells. She takes over crowd control, directing some citizens away from the danger. while calling out a rally militia members scattered among the throng of panicking townsfolk. "Break the curse if you can," Roy calls out, touching the hand of his chest. "We'll tend to the wounded." He then drops the side of the fallen militia members. The druid begins chanting in his hands and glows green as he lays over the men's wounds. "Vanessa, we have to go."
"Right! Let's do it! Let's go!"
And with no hesitation, the both sprint off to the streets of Langston towards the temple. Oh dear. Okay, I just saw the image right there afterwards. Okay. Oh dear. How do I actually describe this? What I'm actually looking here. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can grab the image real fast. Let's see. Okay. I know one of the images I could easily grab here, and apparently not this time. Okay. Okay, there we go. I have a way to grab this image so that way folks can actually see what I'm seeing. Okay, and where's Clip Studio Paint? There she is. Where's the folder? There you are. Okay.
Oh. Everything is so creepy and smelly and very, very ominous. I don't know why I'm obsessed with smells lately. Just
I don't know. You run at top speed through the empty streets of Langston, sprinting to the southwest towards the temple. Your blood is rushing in your ears, and your lungs are burning as you hope that you're going to the right direction. The cobblestones of the streets fly past below you, as the walls of the people's homes and businesses loom to either side, framing the morning sky. As you run, however, the sky's blue darkens to the red of an approaching sunset. After making a couple of turns, almost by instinct, you come to the four-way intersection in the front of the mayor's home. You stop to get your bearings and catch your breath.
Where'd they go?
I don't know, but they can't be. But I'm sure they might be. A man scream, loud and high, with terror, pierces the air from the straight ahead, then stops suddenly. You renew your pursuits, dashing again towards the southeast. You pass through the cemetery on your way to the temple. Everything there is still and quiet. The only movement you can see is gathering flocks of crows and ravens around the courtyard. You're sure you're too late, but you redouble your speed regardless. But your hopes are dashed as soon as you enter the temple's courtyard. Tomlin lies dead in a spreading pool of his own blood. Dark birds already preparing to scavenge from the corpse. The morning sun hangs in the sky that seems stained by the blood of the ground.
Oh, gods! Tomlin!
He's dead. Fergus gets a better look. And yeah, he is dead. Looking around, Selene is nowhere to be found. However, evidence of her passing is visible in the claw marks left on the ground, a trail of blood, and the smashed-in door of the temple. We could just go barge in, but let's examine the murder, if you will. You stop to assess the area around you to see if there are any clues about the threat Selene poses and how to neutralize her. Alright. Ness, let's see. It's either investigation or perception. Alright. I'll do this as Ness. Investigation. Let's go. Alright. Alright. Okay. Wait. Okay, I managed to succeed in that one. Tomlin's chest and neck were torn open by powerful strikes. Unlike Maybelline, whose wounds were haphazard and widespread, there is so much purpose to Tomlin's wounds. There is anger present in their depths and ragged edges, but these were deliberate, strikes with intent to kill.
These wounds, they're deep, gash, and fully intent.
The bloody paw prints that led away from the corpse towards the temple seems to include a place where they circle back, as if Selene took one last look at the broken body before escaping to the place where she feels safest. There's nothing else to note around here, so you leave the body to the crows and follow Selene. You pass through the courtyard and its outdoor altar quickly on your way to the front hall. When you enter the temple, it doesn't have the same sun-drenched charm as you first arrived. The red lights streaming in the windows give everything an air of menace, tinging even those shadows with bloody highlights. The tapestries depict the dead seem darker, almost as if they're absorbing the light itself and feeding off of it. Nessa is terrified, but she presses on. Fergus is livid, but he's very vigilant. Stay close. If there's any sudden movements, don't be afraid to arm yourself and protect yourself. A werewolf is not to be taken. A werewolf is nothing to sneeze at.
Right.
The main hall where you met Selene. Oh my goodness! Biggs! Biggs! Hi! Raiders! Welcome to the Paper Plane Inn! I'm so grateful that you actually came here! Fairbanks! It's good to see you again! Thank you so much for the raid!
There's a werewolf about.
But yes, thank you so very much. Raiders, welcome to the Paper Plane Inn. I'm Ikoto Nui, and we are currently playing The Wolves of Langston, a solo D&D adventure. So, Bags, if you're just going to go ahead and raid and rush here, let me get you the keys to the inn. There you go. Make sure you actually, make sure you have I hope you have a pleasant stay, and if you plan to use the, and if you plan to have anything else, let me know, alright? Hope you actually enjoy your day. So, yeah.
Anyways.
Let's try to read back where we last left off, because we are about to reach the spoopy part of this mystery.
Oh. Things can get feral.
The main hall where you met Selene on your last visit is also changed. Instead of the sunburst mosaic, there's a spiral staircase bearing the same motifs is circling down into the darkness below the temple. Nessa would most likely be like, Fergus, look! That's where the mosaic should be.
And so it led to a staircase.
And that's where she must have went. It is possible that Selene escaped down the corridors. You feel it's certain. She has instead retreated into the darkness below. You cautiously descend to the steps below to find corridors, roughly hewn walls of damp stone.
what seems like animal bones in various stages of decomposition. As you proceed, you find your way lit by the same glowing orbs you saw above ground. So it's clearly a part of the original temple. Its purpose in the temple is devoted to the sun, however, is unclear. Okay, you keep your wits about you to advance down the corridors, carefully as every turn to not become another set of bones on the floor. Ooh, so this is what I'm currently staring at from that image there. Let me go and snapshot this and showcase it to you here. This is what we're staring at, chat. This is what we're staring at right now.
Stare into the abyss. Have a look. Look at it long and hard, chat. It more than likely will stare back.
In the dim light of the magical illumination, you quickly figure out that while the corridors twisted a couple of times, they all lead to the same place. A large chamber where it seems Selene has made a lair for herself. Nessa and Fergus are very vigilant and making sure that they are armed. When you arrive, the cleric is still in her werewolf form and crouching in the center of the room. She stares at her bloodied claws, huffing out in canine whines. You approach cautiously, but there's nowhere to hide, so you make no attempts at stealth. She notices you immediately, but doesn't move from where she is. "You shouldn't come hit me here," she growls. "Go away." Okay. We could end the threat immediately, or we could just talk. And Ness is gonna talk. Because she can understand where Selene is coming from with her experiences that she shared earlier in this game. So she's gonna talk. And she gained an inspiration from that. Yay! Okay.
Yippee.
She has more inspiration than Fergus, dear lord. Nessa really empathized. Though she did something horrible, there's a part of Nessa that knew that she deeply sympathizes. Some of her experiences mirrors her own. Against her better judgment, she actually goes and walks up right to Selene. And with that moment, Fergus is very wary that his partner is moving up to right close to where danger is, and he is really not afraid to use that in order to prove a point. He's not afraid to use his mace, or let alone that, when things get really bad.
Selene, I wish to talk.
She narrows her eyes and the lip curls from her fangs, and she considers Nessa's presence. She then licks her muzzles and relaxes a little. "What do you want to know, adventurer?" You may have at least bought a little bit of time to find out about more of Maybelline. Okay, so 3 options. We could either ask why she killed Maybelline, or Tomlin, or start from the beginning and find out how she got contracted the curse. I think Nessa would most likely ask about that said curse. So we'll go for that.
I want to understand, because I empathize a little on what pain you must have went through, but please give me a moment to ask. How did you get cursed into a werewolf form in the first place?
It was on my...
Oh, Steam Geek, hi! Welcome to the Paper Plane Inn, and thank you so much for the follow!
It was on my pilgrimage, she says. I returned to the Radiant Order to report and speak to my mentor. But I was attacked by a werewolf one night. But I was attacked by a wolf one night. I drove it away with holy magic and healed my wounds. It was frightening, but I thought little more of it.
When she returned to her order's monastery, she fell ill. Oh wait, there's more. Hold on. Let me actually reiterate that.
I returned to the monastery, but then I felt ill. No one was there to help me. No one could assess the curses for me. I was feverish and delirious. But on the next full moon, I started to change uncontrollably and blacked out. When I came to, I was bathed in the blood of a farmer's field, surrounded by mutilated sheep. I left amidst the investigation without anyone suspecting me and returned home, hoping to find myself rid of this curse. Well, most would call this a curse, she rumbles. The curse of lycanthropy. Look what I've done. What I have the power to do.
She holds up her claws, still wet with Tomlin's blood. And Ness is staggered a little bit, but she still stays on her spot.
This is the power I never had as a cleric, she says. I was powerless, a servant of the people of this town, healing coughs and broken wrists, but now I have real power.
She lets off a whining giggle. You can see her eyes that something came loose in her mind. And Fergus is not really pleased about that, considering that he is a cleric himself. But then again, he also understands the frustration of what it's like to be a cleric.
Of course, that power is gone, and with it, the temple's power protecting these lands. But that's also fitting it, isn't it? Could that be what Langston desires?
If you have no more questions, you could try de-escalating the conflict with reassurances that I'll take her out peacefully or take active measures against the threat. How about we actually talk about Maybelline and Tomlin then?
Alright, let's not be rational.
Okay, it's either we ask about Tomlin or ask about Maybelline. We'll go for Maybelline.
So why did you kill Maybelline?
She stands up straight on her back with her hackles rising and teeth bared.
Because she was a lying vixen,
she snaps.
Oh, everyone loved the innocent maid who sold her family's produce to the market. She was Langston's golden child. But she showed me her true colors.
You asked, so then what is Maybelline actually to you?
A scheming little witch! Stealing Tomlin from me was just the beginning. I don't know what she wanted in the end, but she was not the kind, sweet soul everyone thinks she was. She was cruel.
Selene's eyes lost some humanity in the memory of it.
She laughed at me, mocked me for my faith, for being the servant of Langston instead of twisting it around on my finger that she had. And then she was dead.
The werewolf looks at her claws and shows her teeth again. You realize she's smiling. You can see her humanity slipping further away. And that felt good. She looks up at you, and the eyes that met yours are not those of a devout spiritual leader. They are the eyes of a killer. You're suddenly sure that if you don't do something quickly, you will be next. Okay. Alright, time to go ask about Tomlin. De-escalating the situation where we can so we don't get got.
You really are trying not to fight. You don't want to fight, but at the same time,
I'm ready to
people.
I'm ready to throw hands at this werewolf.
Bro, you gotta pull an old Yeller at some point if things don't go.
I will pull an old Yeller. Trust me, I will. I won't hesitate to throw violence.
No, Mama, he was my dog.
Tell me about the rabbits. Tell me about the townspeople.
Alright. Then why Tomlin? Why did you kill him? Selene flinches. Tomlin betrayed me, she says, ears flattening against her huge head. He lied to me, used me, and he dropped me for that market hawker as soon as he could! Did you love him? Of course I did, you fool! More than anything! More than I should have! And he used that against me again and again! There was violent anger coiling in Selene now that she started to pace. If only he had chose me! If only he could have been different! Everything could have been different! She starts shaking her head, clenching and unclenching her hands. Okay. We could do two things now. We could try convincing her to come peacefully, or attack her to end a threat against Langston.
Kill.
Kill?
Kill.
That's what I get the feeling that's what Fergus would do, but not Nessa.
No. Yeah, that'll be
But
kind of out of
Nessa
character.
at this point is starting to become more and more worried. She started to. The more she asks, the more buttons are pressed. The more that red flag of death is starting to show up really bad.
That red flag is is waving faster and faster.
Okay, hold on a second. Can I have some
I
water?
think Fergus would essentially be at the ready, but Nessa, she's a good girl.
She is a very good girl.
Yeah. But Fergus is also a baby girl as well.
What?
Don't forget that.
Excuse me?
You know what I fucking said. I'm not taking it back. At least I am not shameful for saying that.
You are lucky you are in the jar, mister.
Yeah. Yeah, you better, and you best be getting ready for my upgrades, because I'm gonna be yoinked, and I'm probably gonna be a lot more mobile.
Fair enough. Alright. Okay. Nessa, get back. Nessa, get back. Now. Fergus hissfully warns his companion to not press any more buttons. But Ness presses the one button of convincing. Selene, please. You don't have to fight no more. If you can just turn around now, maybe, just maybe, things will be better. It's okay. We won't hurt you. We just need you to come to town in peace.
At this point, peace.
They were ready to hang me for the girl, she says and chuckles. You think that we're willing to forgive me now, after what I did in the square? You foolish, foolish wench. Flexing her powerful limbs, she advances towards Nessa. All traces of her quietness, sweetness are gone. Only the predator remains. But if I get rid of you, I can end you too, giant. I can escape to live and kill another day. Selene of the Radiant Order is dead. You're about to join her. Her eyes flashes. You know you have to take some action to end Langston's threat.
Okay, hon?
Uh-huh. Dear fucking Lord, my voice. Ah!
Get some hydration, love.
I'm gonna need some tea with honey after this.
Valid.
But how is everyone's when it comes to my voice on that one?
It's pretty good. I like how the subtle, I like how the person is gradually losing its humanity and starting to succumb to the cursed beast. Yeah, the beast.
Selene lunges at you, but you had half expected things to go wrong at any point, so you're not caught unaware. She clenches and unclenches her claws as she growls. You've always heard that werewolves and other lycanthropes are immune to ordinary weapons, but this is your chance to put that to the test. She is watching you carefully. She is unsure on what to expect of you. And we're gonna roll for initiative.
Roll for
Oh,
initiative.
boy.
Because this is what we're facing right now.
Yep. Fucked up dog. Yep.
Ah, dagnabbit. I should have gone for Blood and Ichor rendition of Fergus. Sheesh.
Damn. Wasted opportunity.
Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. First, I'm gonna roll for the werewolf. And... Okay. She has a... Oh, boy, wow, that is really poor for, Okay. That is really poor in terms of, rolls. Alright, okay. Nessa's initiative. Let's go. Okay. Oh! Oh dear! Both Selene and Nessa have the same initiative ordered. Oh dear. Wait. I have a better idea to differentiate the two. Okay, her initiative is
Dex.
her dex is a 2 and Selene's is a 1. So she's still on the bottom. Okay. And Fergus, what do you roll, my good boy? Okay. Are you shitting my bricks? Why is everyone having poor rolls? What is these rolls? Let's see. His dex is -1, so he's after Selene. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, 7. Okay. Oh. All right. So. Okay. All right. Let's see. So. With the werewolf charging right to, at Nessa's direction, I am going to play it safe. Because I still have my ace in the hole, that is the Mac freaking,
star that she managed to swipe from Fergus. But let's try to actually beat the schniz out of this werewolf first. I'm gonna cast Entangle on Soleil to keep her from not charging in anywhere forward. Okay. Wait, if you have any magical ability, you could also try casting a spell, huh? What's this? As you start casting your spell, Soleil growls and takes up a defensive position. Any damaging or magical abilities that do damage normally, any damaging spells or abilities can do damage normally. Spells effects that works on beasts will work normally, but those that affect humans are ineffective. What does that mean? Now that she... But yeah, I'm gonna... Okay, there are some things in this book I am gonna have to hand wave because I want to have fun. But Soleil needs to make a strength saving throw of 13 for this. Okay. And she meets... no, and she beats I rolled she's got a 15 in total, so, whoops. So Nessa attempts to cast Entangle to keep Soleil away, but as soon as the roots and shrubs try to reach towards Nessa, I mean, as soon as the roots and great greenery reaches towards Soleil, she just basically flexes and she frees herself from the said entangle. It didn't work! And Celine is going to charge. And she is going to use claws on Ness. Because she did that. Okay. Okay, that's, and the damage to that is an 8. So Ness quickly dodges in time because Soleil missed. And okay, Fergus, my boy, you gotta do something. You gotta do something. Okay, thanks to being a war cleric, I have that capacity for guided strike. Okay.
You do.
Okay, but wait! Normal weapons do not work on, wait, hold on. Okay, lycanthropes are immune to ordinary weapons. But I do have that one weapon that, Roy gave us the other day, which is that one sapling claw that turned into that of a club. +1 club.
Oh.
Okay. Alright, there it is. So, and that thing is good for a whole week, and it's been a couple of days. Okay, but it's a 1d4 damage, but I'm sure we can make this work! Okay.
Don't worry.
Alright, so,
you got this.
I am going to, attack with that said club. So, okay, Fergus, we're gonna attack. We're gonna attack with this thing. It's not ideal, but we have the guided strike, so here we go. Ow! Okay, 1d4 plus 3. Oh, sheesh.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Lips.
Wait. Hold on. Know what? I'll do that on my next turn. I should have actually, used divine favor during that attack.
Okay. My nose is not feeling itchy. I'm alright. I'm good. So let's see. She has that many hit points? Okay.
Yep. Oh boy.
Okay, so how many okay, okay, so hold on a second. Let me get my calculator again real fast for this. She has like how many hit points? Okay. Okay, that's a lot of hit points. All right. There. So, we could either beef up her hit points just a little bit, or we could just leave it as is. Because we're playing as 2 people as we speak. I'm currently playing as 2 people, a 2-people party. You know what? Screw this. I want a little bit more of a challenge. Let's beef that HP up from 58 to 69. Nice. And I gave her 6 damage from that. Okay. Okay. And let's see. Okay, and I am going to... Why am I looking at a different character sheet? Okay, I am going to use, Oh! Apparently Divine Favor is a bonus action. But it is concentration, though. Let's see. I think for the sake of an insurance... He is going to give Nessa a shield of faith because this is not going to go well. This is not going to go well at all. Because this is not going well because this is going to be a nasty fight. So Nessa has 2 more 2 more AC. Okay.
Cool. Make it count.
All right. And now it's Nessa's turn again, and she is going to cast the Produce Flame and try to attack her with it. Okay. Alright, where is it? Oops. Okay, pay no attention to that. I forgot to actually, pay no attention to that. So it's, +5. So it's +5, so that's 20. That's 20. I forgot to scale that 10 downwards. Oh, hi, Jay.
Hello.
Fighting a werewolf.
Oh, fighting the werewolf, huh?
And
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say the werewolf is the cleric, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
How did I call that?
It grazed her. It only grazed her.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't bite. Yes, you do. Get.
Oh dear. So Nessa threw it a Produce Flame, only for it to graze her cheek, and this kind of returned Soleil's attention back towards Ness. Okay. And it is druidic magic, so it still counts on when it comes to animals. So okay. Okay, Soleil is going to attack Ness again. And she's going to charge and attack Ness with +2 to claws. Okay. Oh boy. Okay.
So she...
Ah! She missed! She critically missed!
Wait, how'd you end up in the jar, Jay? Or you behind? I can't.
Hold on! Oh dear! Hold on! Let me get Jay out of there.
Okay.
There we go.
I was wondering what that
there
was.
There we go.
Oh.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. You're not exactly the most comfortable person to be pressed up against.
Bro, I'm just built different.
So Soleil.
Actually, he's a robot.
Yes, you're built out of mechanical parts.
Hey, I'll have you know, I probably want to elaborate on that. I'm still trying to figure myself out. Anyway, continue.
So Soleil tries to charge a claw at Ness, only for her to miss, and that's good. That's good. I am so grateful that of the actions there is no multi-attack. That would be terrifying. Okay, but now it's Fergus's turn. He's going to attack with that said club again. Enchanted club again. Wait, no, I'm gonna wait. I don't think that would not work if. Wait, hold on. I think I did the oopsies of oopsies. Shield of Faith is concentration. I can't do another concentration spell, can't I?
Not without dropping the first one.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. So, I am going to most likely just keep wailing into this werewolf. Guided strike, here I go.
Yeah, Fergus just out here be like, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep.
Okay,
Come on, go to sleep, go to sleep.
1d4 plus 3. 5 damage. Okay. And I'm going to use War Priest for that bonus action and attack again. Oh, come on! I'm getting greedy when it comes to oh no. Oh.
You need to just like don't go all in. Just conserve your ACs.
Pace yourself.
No. Okay, hold on. No. Okay, hold on. I did an oopsie again. Okay, there we go. -4. So that thing, it's only down to this much. Okay. This is. So these two will end up struggling real bad when it comes to this. Okay, it's Nessa's turn. Oh, I remember now. In this adventure, you receive certain magical items that may help you defeat Selene if you use them. As an action, you could try throwing the Filter of Remembrance. Oh yeah, that one! Okay, hold on a second. So, where's the Filter of Remembrance again? What's it, hold on. I think I actually got that bottle before as Ness. She didn't actually use it. There it is. Okay, let's see. Container holds 10 doses of a perfume scent expires vividly, that inspires extremely vivid memories. When you apply a dosage yourself, you get a 1+ charisma checks for 10 minutes, until you wash. The vial contains at least 3 doses, can be used as a grenade-like weapon. Oh! Any creature within 10 feet of impact must roll a wisdom saving throw of DC plus the amount of doses left. Okay, hold on. Alright. So, Nessa, is trying to figure out what to do in this situation, because it's her turn now. And decides to basically upchucks, remember something, if you will, and she founds the Filter of Remembrance, and in a panic throws that into Selene when she snarls at her. You hurl the Filter of Remembrance at Selene, shooting from from out of range. The glass vial smashes on the floor, and sparkle of vapors rise up in the air to shroud the fallen cleric's paws. What is this smell? She says, and then she sneezes violently. It's so familiar. All right, roll a wisdom save. Difficulty of the save is 8 plus the dosage, which is 3. So okay, she gets a disadvantage for her save due to her smell and wisdom modifiers as +1. Oh, disadvantage. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
enhanced senses, they're not always a gift.
The DC's 11. Doggone it! She passes on both of them. Selene sniffs at air and sneezes powerfully. The vapor produces the filter of remembers snake around her head as she growls. I see. Tomlin? Honor, on that picnic, the werewolf says, but then she shakes her head violently. No, it can't be. That's not real. Selene stomps in the cloud of enchanted mist towards you and snarls at you. Nice try, wench. But your cruel tricks won't work on me! And she's gonna go and attack Miss!
Yeah.
Oh boy, howdy. Oh boy, howdy. Oh boy, howdy. Oh dearest.
Howdy, partner. Howdy, partner.
Oh,
Howdy,
okay.
partner.
And that's a 13. So she missed at Ness. She dodges, but she is terrified out of her mind. And Fergus is going to continue beat the snooze out of this wolf. Got it straight. Let's go.
You gonna smack the shit out of them wolf ticks.
Okay, 22. Okay.
Get down here, boy.
Okay, that's a 7 in damage. Okay, that's 7 damage to the wolf. That was a really powerful one. Okay. Oh boy, howdy. This is gonna be. Okay, and am I going to have to war priest it up again? Of course I am.
Yep. Oh yeah. With that roll, absolutely.
Another 7 damage. Hey! Back off from her, you filthy beast! Okay. Ness is definitely going to do something. Ness, do you have anything in your pocket that could deal with this? Aside from... Maybe Ice Knife would do. I mean, it is a spell of... Wait, hold on. Is it a spell that's against people? Let me go take a gander at that again. Spells and effects that work on beasts will work normally, but those that affect humans are ineffective. So, okay, any damaging spells or magical abilities do damage normally. Okay. It's just okay. Which one is it? Okay, bollocks to that. We're gonna use Produce Flame again. Produce Flame again. It's our safest, honest bet. It is a ability that could also it is a druidic ability, so she can be fine, I guess. Maybe. Okay. I'm not panicking. I'm not.
Methinks the cleric is in denial.
Okay. Okay. It meets. Okay, it meets. So Ness is going to roll for that damage from the flames. Please be good. You know what? That's passable. I'll take that. I am alright with this. Alright. Minus 5. Okay. Alright. And knowing that she's been, okay, Maybelline is definitely going to charge at Ness again, and she's going to actually, what do I need to roll to make her, what do I need to do to make her, to make Ness prone? Oh, well.
Ness prone?
I mean, I don't know. How does one make a person go prone?
You can just do it.
Okay.
Just do it.
Honey, I'm getting ready.
I am I'm gonna make her go. I'm gonna make Maybelline is definite. I know Maybelline has a claw attack, but I think she's gonna make her prone. So.
Well, wait, you're talking about the enemy?
Yes.
Oh, then there needs to be opposing athletics checks.
Okay, athletics checks. So.
Yep. The werewolf needs to do an athletics, and Nessa can either do an athletics or acrobatics to escape it.
Athletics goes to strength, does it?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, Ness has. Okay. 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 So let me roll for Solane first. That's a 12, and Ness is just a straight D20. And she succeeds to get away from the werewolf's grasp.
Nice.
And and Fergus is not having that. Not having that at all. Oh, for fuck's sake! The duality of dice. You can roll high. You can make good checks, but the damage is something else. Okay. All right. So. Okay.
There we go.
30 damage. The wolf is looking really bad. And what will I do to make Fergus actually grapple this guy?
Same thing as before.
Athletics?
Athletics.
Okay. Like he's trying to get her to not do that. Okay, Fergus. Fergus. Oh shit. Oh! He successfully grappled Selene!
Oh.
Okay. Aside that from that swing of the club, he actually maneuvers just so he can actually get Selene right in a chokehold by the said club, and actually is keeping her keeping her from not going anywhere, if you will.
Just keep her from going anywhere.
Yep. He's not preventing her from. He's preventing her from going anywhere. But yes, and he is going to struggle from all that. Fergus! And okay, I have a thing. I am doing a thing. I have remembered a thing.
Go do a thing. Do it.
Nessa remembers that she of all the items that they've collected, one of them was the silver star that Roy Sunderhammer gave to the party. How she remembers that this thing can actually cure curses. With a gamble with a gamble of what they're facing up against, Nessa unleashes the silver star and quickly goes up to Selene, trapped by Fergus. And in the ebb and flow of the battle, Selene tries to lash onto you with the claws and connect you and try to connect to the magic item on your hand. In the eternity that is a mortal combat, you are in a stalemate. Okay, let's see. But then, a fury of claws and teeth, you leap forward and manage to make contact with the silver star. The magic thuds out from the silver brooch and into Selene, locking all of you in place. As you feel the magic of the brooch pouring out, Mayor Anathram and Roy led a group of townspeople into the chamber. All of them stand rapt as you press the silver star harder into the werewolf. There is a loud crack and a shower of brightly sparkling motes of light around the silver star. Selene jerks and howls long and low to echo through the underground lair. As the light continues to dance and spin down to the earth, Selene's transformation proceeds in reverse. The fur covering her body retracts back into her skin, and her limbs shorten and contract into her human form.
Her howl becomes a scream as she drops to the knees to the ground. No! 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 She yells, gathering the tatters of her robes around herself. Dear gods, no! She looks down to her small, pale hands, still stained with Tomlin's blood. And then up to you. Tears streaming down her face. How dare you take that away from me? Now I'm just me again. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing bitterly into her red-stained hands. Yeah, nah. Roy and Anathram stepped back to a respectful distance as militia members flanked her and gently carried off the broken cleric. As the militia members lead Selene away, you see how dark the rings under her eyes have gotten, how she staggered with exhaustion, how she clings her shredded vestments around her. The disgraced cleric is a broken woman, and it's impossible to tell when she gave up her humanity to the beast she has become. As she is escorted from the chamber, Selene fires you a last look over her shoulder. A mysterious smile spreads across her face suddenly, and then vanishes down to the corridor on their way back to the surface. Fergus! Are you? I'm fine. I'll be honest. Roy's little gift actually helped us out in that moment there. I can't believe we fought a werewolf. Nice work, adventurers. Wait, no, that's the Roy. Nice work, you two. It was a touch and go bit there, but you pulled it off. Indeed, the mayor says with an empathetic nod. The town owes you its gratitude, and I am thankful as well. You both accept the leader's praise and prepare to take your leave. Let us walk with both of you. I would speak with you all before the day is done. I could do that. Let's be off. All of you leave the now empty lair together, bound for town hall at the end of your quest. I guess Ness was absolutely relieved that such a thing is over, but is still shaken up from fighting against a werewolf of all things. But she is relieved. Fergus, in a sense, is also relieved as well that such a thing is solved. But at what cost? To actually have your sanity been tested over from this said werewolf that is, apparent.
Mention your faith being shrouded in these primal instincts.
Mm-hmm. But both of them just quietly, walk together. But both are relieved that, the other pair is safe, in a sense, and unharmed. That could have been gone better. That could have been gone worse. But they are both alive. When you emerge from the temple, you see that the morning sky has returned to normal. Roy and Mayor Anathram are speaking with each other, which means Roy is regaling her with long-winded tales of his youthful exploits as part of an adventuring party. As you walk, you see townsfolk emerging from their homes to speak to neighbors, and the mood is bright. The news of Selene's capture traveled quickly, and the relief is palpable. To think we're here because of our own differences, and yet we actually came out of that alive. I could not agree anymore. I could agree that in spite of all that, it was actually a pleasant getting to work along with you.
Yeah, townfolk are going to feel some difference considering what they went through, but I had a feeling things would finally get back to normal.
Taking a much longer at your normal pace, you return to the town hall. A group of locals is out in the square with scrubbed brushes and soapy water taking the blood off the cobblestones. The mayor's aide is waiting by the entrance of the town hall, smiling as you approach victoriously. "This way, please," he says to you both, then addresses to the mayor. "I prepared everything in your office, ma'am." Buttercup is waiting in the office as well, safe from the harm's way in the temple. Seeing you all, he bounds up to you and rushes past towards the mayor to lick Roy and prances around the dwarf in excitement. "Oh, that is cute!" Hey, Roy says as he wipes his face. "All's well, lad." The mayor takes her seat behind the desk as Roy shoos Buttercup back to his dog bed. She steeples her fingers as Roy finds a nearby armchair to settle into. "The results of your investigation will affect your rewards, you too. Solane is facing consequences of your actions. So must you." And we go check our inventory for the record of who you accused, and it's Solane. Solane has always fooled. She was well liked, loved even. Such a sad turn of events.
It truly has been. I am so sorry that all of you had to go through such a thing.
But now the people of Langston can rest a little easier. You have their gratitude and mine. She hands you a large coin pouch and it's considerably heavier than you expected. "Oh, sheesh! Add 350 gold pieces to your inventory."
Nice.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
And that's like both Fergus and Nessa in that case. Like both of them has 350 gold each. Okay. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And we have the benefit of getting a level up from here. But I think that'll be for an adventure for another time.
Yeah.
You also can keep the other items and treasures you have collected in your adventure. You have earned every copper from that, you both. But we are hoping it does not satisfy you fully. We have further business to discuss. Well, I had a feeling there's going to be more, but
If there is such a thing, we could help where we can.
looking back over the few days, it feels much longer stay in the unassuming town of Langston. You destroyed monsters big, small, cured diseases, broken curses, likely even have made a few friends. But the mayor and the druid want you to remain in Langston for a while longer. While it's been challenging, there is still much to do. Solane is in custody, Mayor Anathram says, but it's still unclear if she still possesses a threat now that her curse is broken. And her actions have clearly severed her connection to her divine power, Roy continues. But she's just so calm. She is powerless, trapped, and just sitting in that cell, like she's waiting for something.
That does sound a little bit unnerving.
There's also the problem of the undead, Mayor Anathram says. She seems suddenly tired. Now that there is no cleric of the Radiant Order, the dead are not staying that way, and there could be serious consequences to the temple being too long without a member of the Radiant Order maintaining the town protectors. So is that the reason why we're here why we're staying here a little longer in the first place? You have fulfilled your obligations to us, you both, but I hope you will help us again. Come on, Roy says with a wink. You know, whatever comes next will be fun. And that would be the end of the adventurer, unless we could
For
go
now.
to the epilogue.
That's all on you, hon.
Yeah. It's completely up to you.
You know what? I'd like to go for a little bit of an epilogue. That these two would actually look at each other after their meeting with the mayor and Roy. You know, I was actually wondering, with things that just happened after our time here, this is where we would most likely split.
Right. I actually just received word from my guild just moments ago.
Oh?
Yeah, like, there's going to be in need of an investigation or for an expedition nearby. Something that's related to the animals that's causing the animals to stir and, well, I was thinking that maybe, I know I should actually get going, but what about you?
Until they actually got themselves a new cleric from that said Radiant Order, I'll most likely be stuck here. I'm not really pleased about it, but this town is in need of a cleric until they get a proper one that's from this supposed order.
Well, if it's not too much of you, I could just tell them I could come a little bit later and actually help you out where I can. The supposed arrival is not going to be there until the next couple of weeks. Or was it a little bit longer? I might have to clarify.
You actually wish to actually help along with me?
Well, yes. I know that you and I have our differences, and you and I don't really get along with each other, but maybe it's because of this time here in this town. You, in a sense, helped me to be a little bit braver, and I can't help but be appreciative of that.
In a similar degree. Perhaps just being with you helps me be a little bit more understanding. And try not to actually be a little bit more brash, as what you and your group once said.
Well, it's their idea, not mine.
Alright. Well, I guess there's nothing wrong with having a little bit of your company just a while longer. Just until we things here in Langston is settled.
I could not agree anymore. I could agree.
And that's how this story would end up, would write off. But then there's that epilogue. So, what do you guys think of this so far?
Honestly, pretty compelling story.
Yeah, it's gripping, and it has, the stakes were made, and the conflict was resolved, like, for better or for worse.
And especially on how Fergus and what about when it comes to Fergus and Nessa's interactions, though? Because I am playing two different people, if you will.
They're really good. Like, they're really
Honestly,
good. You play
wonderful.
Yeah, you play them off so well, despite the fact that it's just you.
I know that this adventure is meant to be for one character for this, but where's the fun in that, if you will? Okay, and now let us actually finish this thing off with the epilogue, if you will. Dawn breaks bleak and gray over the still homes of land. Oh wait, hold on. Let me also put my characters in a long rest because it's been a while.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
They earned it at this point.
But would you say that after that adventure, these two actually got closer, more as friends than right from their initial rival stages?
It's a start, and it's a start for them to become more. But then it's a long way to go for them to be more than just friends.
Oh yeah, 100%. I just can't wait to actually reach that point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dawn breaks bleak.
Honestly, the way you portrayed their relationship is very organic, and I love it.
Yeah?
Again, it's a lot more easier, especially if it's just one. Again, it's better because it's one person that's running it and also playing it. It's easy to like bounce off both characters or like multiple characters.
I mean, the only thing I had to worry about more is how to actually portray Nessa and Fergus, the main leads of this campaign. You did amazing,
You did
wonderful
good.
acting, and great story. Aw, thank you. All right, without further ado, epilogue. Dawn breaks bleak and grays over the still homes of Langston. You were just returning from leading an uneventful night on patrol, but not all of them have been so quiet. The town has taken measures to quarantine the cemetery. The townsfolk are walking the rows of headstones with clubs to destroy any dead as they claw their way out of the graves. However, Langston has stood in this spot for hundreds of years and has not always used the same cemetery to inter their dead. Over the past week since capturing Soleil, you have already dealt with animated remains of 2 people and several house pets. Okay, let's see. The innkeeper greets you warmly as you staggered into the pickled hen with the townsfolk you led through the streets last night.
That's another one.
At this rate, it's getting a little bit of At this rate, I just wish to actually just get some. At this rate, I could really appreciate the hot meal and just rest.
I could not agree any more than that. I just can't help with my poor feel like they're gonna be sore.
What? Do you want me to actually help? Do you want my assistant to actually get you to your room?
I can walk for myself. I can walk there myself. Thank you.
The innkeeper greets you warm. Okay, he silently sets up a hot meal for both of you in front of you and your companions as more militia members filter into temporary headquarters for undead hunters. A few bites into your breakfast, the mayor strides in and the head of her own patrol. If you look closely, you can see barely the tired lines around her mouth and eyes. Her rigid bearing seems unaffected by the late nights. She directs her team to get something to eat and joins both of you. You ask her if there's been... So, has there been any word from the messenger? None, she says as she receives a tray of her own. The Radiant Order is several days' hard ride. We can't expect the cleric to arrive soon.
Soon can't arrive fast enough.
You all eat in silence for a few bites before the tavern door slams open to a bloodied Roy rushes in. In here, lads, he says. He sweeps everything off the table near the door and 2 men from town carrying the limp form of an injured woman. Sardan, give me some space.
Roy, what happened?
You rush to his side as he lays his hand on the woman and begins chanting. A green glow emanates from him around his hands before sputtering and dying. He curses in several languages. Adventurer, we are caught up by 3 skeletons down on the main street, but I'm out of healing magic. Go to Tomlin's house. He must have had some healing potions before he died.
Wait, I can assist if need be.
Oh, thank you. Bless your heart, lass. I mean, we could go to the herbalist cottage, but Nessa and Fergus are basically here. They're both healers in a sense. So yeah, might as well not take a gift horse in the mouth. Okay. Okay, let's see. We need to keep you in Oh wait, no, hold on. Well, bless your heart, lass. We'll do that if there are no potions to be had. We need to keep you we need to keep you both in fighting shape. Especially now that I'm out. Save your spares. I've got her stable for now. But please hurry. Roy turns his attentions to the woman's wounds as you hurried out into the door.
Fergus!
Let's go. I got a bad feeling about this. You left gasping for breath when you arrived at Tomlin's cottage. It seems like such a long ago when you were helping him rid of his garden of scraplings. Though in reality, it's been a little bit more than a week. The cottage is corpse-like in that it looks exactly the same as the last time you were here, but the dark windows and quiet of a gray dawn gives the place of a discerning stillness. The person who brought this place to life is gone, and the shiver runs to your spine in realization.
I can only imagine that some of these flowers are also wilted in result, because there's no one there actually properly taking care of that behemoth of a garden, if you will.
Not even the garden is actually surviving all that. It's a shame, though. Of all the things that he grew here, I always loved the sunflowers that are among them.
Is it?
Yeah, sunflowers are my second favorite flowers.
Interesting. But within you could key someone but within could be the key to saving someone else. So you set aside any discomfort of stealing from a dead man and try to find a way in. You try to find the front door, and it's locked.
What?
The trellises are high and thick with vines, and you know firsthand how hard they are to climb, even if the back door would be unlocked. It will not be worth it at the time if someone... Okay, so we have, we can either pick the lock, or break the door in, or break in the window and crawl in.
Break it in.
But which one are we breaking in? Through the front door or through the window?
Front door. Front door. Go in there. Go.
All right, Fergus is going to. Fergus is going to. Please, Fergus, I can only do so much. Please give me. Okay, into your hands I commit my spirit. Please. Thank you.
Mass. Oh yeah, utilizes Fergus's mass.
Step aside, and he pushes Nessa aside, and he's going to break that door. Thank fucking God, having a Furbolg's mass came fucking useful. Woo!
And for other reasons too.
Not yet. The door hinges bends, and the wood around the latch splinters as you break in the door. You have no time to admire her handiwork. However, as you rush in the cottage for looking for anything that could help, the interior to Tomlin's house looks like the last time you saw it, only frozen in time. No cauldron bubbles and no remedies are being distilled. With only a weak light from the outside, the cottage is gloomy, despite the brightly colored ingredients drying in mustiness already moving in and under the smell of herbs.
I know that he is a playboy, but it's a shame that he passed.
Anyway, you quickly collected yourself. Fergus starts trifling through his belongings and looking for any unsold healing potions.
I'm sorry. It just, the way it came off of it is just like, oh no. Anyway.
I mean, that is the idea. That is the idea. Fergus did not like Tomlin, okay?
Yeah, alright. It's like,
Wonder why.
oh, damn. Anyway.
Alright, investigation. Alright, okay, I made Fergus did his role, so Fergus did his role, so it's Nessa because she has good investigation. Let's go.
Come on.
There
Good
we go.
rolls. Good.
Okay, so like the care he took with his garden, Tomlin was meticulous about organizing his ingredients and remedies. Everything is clearly labeled and its place. It doesn't take you long to find out what you're looking for. He quickly turns up to 3 bottles labeled as healing potions and a vial of antitoxin. There we are! Found it! And grabs all those potions and the antitoxin. Are you sure you need... are you sure... careful now. Do you need... Careful now, they're fragile.
You know what? Maybe you're right. I can't carry all 3 of them at once. Think you can split?
Fair. And Fergus will take 2 of the potions, and Ness will also take 2 of the potions. Doesn't matter. So, as you do one last check throughout the herbalist's belongings, you come across a garland woven of brightly colored wildflowers. It looks like one might wear in some kind of ceremony. So, you assume it's some part of the wedding that didn't happen. Interestingly, all the flowers looked and smelled as if they were plucked from a meadow just minutes ago, though you don't see just how they could be possible.
That's weird.
What?
These garlands, they smell fresh.
That doesn't make sense. No one's been in this house for a week. Examining the garland, it shimmers slightly as you turn it. It could be helpful as well. At the very least, you should probably ask Roy about it. It's clearly magical, but you haven't had time to figure that one out. And we're adding Tomlin's garland to the inventory. Okay, where is Nessa? She'll carry that. And I'm removing the silk ribbon. No. I'm removing that and adding that. Okay. Playboy got what he deserved. Never treated a werewolf's heart like that. Pretty much! And
Yeah. Get fucked.
he's going... And Ness will have 2 potions of healing. And Fergus will have the potion of healing and the antitoxin. That'll be... Okay, equipment. And Fergus, okay. Okay, potion of healing. And antitoxin. There it is. And added. There we go. One last cursory check doesn't reveal anything else. So you rush out to Tomlin's cottage and to the pickled hen.
I hope we're not too late.
You burst into the pickled hen, and the bedlam of Roy's arrival has calmed down. The injured militia member is lying on the table, her wounds wrapped in bandages, already stained through with blood. Roy is speaking quietly to the Mayor Anathram. There were just 3 of them this time. Just skeletons. One of them just got past me and caught up the poor last good. Still no word where the new cleric... Still no word when the new cleric will arrive? None. Have you learned anything from Selene? Nothing, Roy says. Just the same story that the land itself is cursed and that the temple must put the dead to rest. But only if there's a member of the Radiant Order caring for it. The mayor nods acknowledgement as Roy's reports and then notice both of you. Did you find any potions?
Yes, here.
And Ness will remove 1 potion from her inventory. Okay, so,
Hello, potion seller. I've come to look for your potions.
Adventurer.
Hold on a second. I did a dun diddly goof. I accidentally deleted that instead of getting rid of removing it. Hey, there's a difference. There's a difference. Okay. Roy takes it and administers it to the wounded woman on the table. Stiff with pain despite being unconscious, she visibly relaxes as the druid pours the healing elixir into her mouth. That should do for her, he says. She'll be able to be stable until I recover my healing spells. How was your patrol, adventurer? Well, uneventful, but tiring. So, but we did find this when we went to Tomlin's house. And Ness presents the said garland. This is a wedding garland. Not unusual in itself. Mostly made of flowers that symbolize love, but also some poisonous blooms in the mix. And these red ones, they only bloom in the spring, so they should be dead long ago. He turns the garland over, and watching the magical shimmer, the mayor looks dispassionately. Well, I don't see any harm in it, he says. I think we could do a bit with a diversion, you two. Let's bring this back to Maybelline's folks. It'll give them a little memento and something for us to do while we wait for a new priest. Without waiting for your reply, the energetic druid whisks you both away from the tavern and on your way out to town. But wait, where are we? You both and Roy enjoy the companionable walk out of Langston, in which you've come to terms with the events of the past couple of weeks. Let's just play along and see what. Let's just play along, Nessa. Surely it might lead to somewhere. I hope. You briefly discuss Selene with Roy, voicing some concerns of her health and mental state. Poor lass was so sweet before, and there be people taking advantage of that. But she was an important part of this community. It came as quite as a shock to the town when Tomlin left for Maybelline, especially so quickly. Though Ness is though it doesn't affect much to Ness, it still feels like a little sting towards her because she can't understand. But at the same time, it's hard to fully sympathize with a werewolf for what happened.
Yeah, its shortcomings, despite everything, is still judged. Yeah.
Can't fight these cravings in the night.
All right, you take care, Melanie. Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
As you and Roy make your way through the country roads, the clouds continue to roll in and a light drizzle starts to fall. You're damp and chilled by the time you reach the destination. Roy knocks gently at the farmhouse. Maybelline's mother opens the door and peeks out. But when she sees you and Roy, she gives you both a wide smile that doesn't reach her tired eyes. She looks thin, as if stretched too far. But that's to be expected given the recent events that affected her family. If it isn't Roy, the adventurer who brought the priest to justice, she says. You must be freezing. Come in and warm yourselves by the fire. I've already prepared kettle for the tea. She escorts you into the communal living area with a fire crackling gently in the hearth. Thank God, it was starting to get a little bit too cold. I could not agree any more than that. Wait a minute, I just realized something. Given that they just came out from the rain, given it just started raining, and it is said here in the dialogue that they're actually chilled. You're damp and chilled from the rain. Damp and chilled.
Oh.
Is there something I'm missing here?
Hey, Fergus, are you gonna? Do you notice anything off from this at all?
Oh my god.
Anything at
You
all?
might wanna-
Anything at
you might-
all?
Your shirt's a bit wet. Do you wanna like? Your shirt's a bit wet at the moment. Do you wanna?
Hold on, I'm about to find out.
Oh, okay, all right.
Now
all
he
right,
does
damn.
not notice anything. He is too paying attention to the kettle.
I know.
Okay, hi, honey.
Excuse me.
Nice to see you. Making your presence known.
How? No.
Can I help you? Hello.
Hello.
What can I do for you? Hi. All right, it is getting that late, huh?
It is, but if need be, we can fend for ourselves. There's more than enough pork in there.
Yeah. There's like one slab of pork fajita left, and there's that one little sliver of chicken fajita left.
Okay.
Yeah?
That might be enough for one of us to get a full portion, each of us get a half portion.
I could just make myself something for my dear.
You sure?
Positive.
I don't know, it makes me feel like a bit of an asshole and even more of a fat ass than I already am.
Honey, that's called spousal weight. There's a difference.
And?
Yeah, just God forbid, let your wife be a housewife.
What are they saying?
Let your wife be a wife, for Christ's sake.
Bio says let your wife be a wife.
Kind of hard to argue with that logic.
Besides, I'm thinking about making myself some of that stir-fried noodles again.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll let you cook first then.
All right. I'm still in the epilogue, if you will. All right. Where was I? There we go. Maybelline's father is sitting in a rock chair, mending a harness for some beast of burden. He looks up, meets your eyes, and nods. His eyes are rimmed with red and dark circles encased in his eyes. Yeah, these two are still in grief. I honestly don't blame them. As Maybelline's mother bustles off towards the kitchen, Roy leans close to both of you and says under his breath, "Something's off here. I know these lands better than anyone, and something is wrong in the farm." I mean, I know that they are in grief, but is it really that bad? I'm set. I think Roy is right. Something is off. You nod at... Maybelline's mother comes in from the kitchen with a teapot and 4 cups. While she busies herself with the tea, you pull out the garland you found from Tomlin's house and present it to Maybelline's parents. I was wondering if both of you know... Pardon us for intruding, but I was wondering if both of you know anything about this? Their faces darken when they see it. These two found this in their home of your future son-in-law, though I thought you might want it for closure. That looks familiar, Maybelline's mother says, squinting at the garland. I think Maybelline made that herself, but where's the other two? There were definitely 2, the father says. I remember Maybelline making them.
Maybe it's Maybelline. Sorry.
Already made that joke.
I know I made that. I know, but I just couldn't help it. Anyway, continue.
She was humming and singing these funny songs the whole time. Did you not find the other one? Roy shoots you a loaded look at both. This garland is unusual. Do you know where the other one is? Wait, no, that's Roy. This garland is unusual. Do you know where the other one is? I don't, says the father. You can now see he's just ineffectually picking up the harness in his lap. And you can take a look around if it thinks it'll help. Maybelline's mother still hasn't poured any tea, and she is just staring at the steaming pot. She looks up and just remembered you're there. Oh, please, anything you might think might help. Should Fergus and Nessa look to each other, and then they would look at Roy. You considered that you should look for the other garland and maybe clue to the couple's strange behavior. Alright, so 3 options. We could either go to Maybelline's bedroom, the kitchen, or see if there's any flowers in the garden. I think Maybelline's room might most likely be saved for last.
Yeah.
So, all what's left is either the kitchen or the garden. Okay, evens for garden, odds for kitchen. Okay, evens for garden.
Maybe these flowers must have come from the garden, I think.
You all and Roy go into the family. You, Fergus and Roy go into the garden, and Maybelline's parents seemed not to even notice you leave. They have a plot behind the farmhouse. You could see vegetables like string beans and tomatoes planted in neat rows. But the soil around them is teeming with weeds, and most of the plants seem scraggly with neglect. A few flowers are also in bloom, but not as many as could be. The whole outdoor garden space gives the impression of a well-planned garden that hadn't had any upkeep in a month or so.
This is sad. This hasn't been attended.
And I thought the temple back Selene took care of was left with not proper care. Still, you look around for the wildflowers you saw in the garland. They shouldn't have been affected by the lack of care needed by cultivated plants. Sadly, you can't find no sign of flowers. You do find something much more interesting. There is a patch of odd soil near the wall of the house, presumably under Maybelline's window. Unlike the rest of the garden, this soil is the same black color as of what you saw in the cemetery. This patch is too small to be a grave, but something could certainly be buried there. I think Fergus would notice that, and Nessa would follow too, Roy following last. As you crouch down and start digging, Roy breaks off his search to join you. He waits beside you in an anxious silence as you scoop away the eerily dark earth.
What do you think it is?
After a few minutes, you reveal something that was indeed buried there. You find a piece of parchment, stained and a dark brown by the earth and completely covered in a jagged, otherworldly script. There is a braided lock of hair strung through the strange message. That looks like abyssal to me. Can you read it? I certainly can't. And unfortunately, neither are my pair, because abyssal is not one of them.
Abyssal is not the same as infernal. Go figure.
One of these things.
You would think they would be sister
like
languages.
Oh yeah.
Sheesh. Oh well. We don't have any other and we don't even have a single spell in our person that'll actually help us comprehend any languages. So we're boned. Skull diddly boned. Really boned. There is no two
No,
ways
but you
about
do
it.
know now that something is afoot.
Mm-hmm. I can't. Unfortunately, I can't. Nessa,
I can't read it either. That one time when we found that book in Infernal is one thing, but
There's no way we can interpret what's going on with this page. It may not work, but maybe we could ask Solane. She speaks Abyssal, and we'll probably even know what that does.
you tuck away the little braid and scrap paper to bring Selene to Selene later, and Fergus will keep the lock of hair and scrap of paper. So, wrong one. There we go. Okay. Inventory and accusation against Selene is there. Alright. Now let's go to the kitchen. Because we did say Maybelline's room is saved for last. Maybelline's parents barely seem to register your presence as you move from the common area into their kitchen. Your first impression is that it's a kitchen like that found in any farmhouse anywhere in the land. Dried herbs hang from the rafters within reach. A cast iron pan sits on the stovetop, smooth with many years of seasoning. There's a simple cooking utensils, enough plates and cups to accommodate the small family who lives there. But you and Roy look around all around the same. It doesn't look like there's anything wrong here to me. It's just like any other farmhouse kitchen, just like the one back in my home. Wrapped in an oilcloth at the back of the pantry, you find a hidden parcel of herbs and flowers. All the plants are oddly proportioned. Some are covered with thorns and seem a little too sharp, and leaves and flowers are rimmed with unnatural shades of purple and green. One of the blossoms is a deep midnight black. Another has a splash of color, almost like a bloodstain.
Amst? Nature check. Nature check, here we go. 911? Okay, Nessa's the only one that has nature checks, so... Oh boy.
Come on.
Oh
You got
no.
this.
A 10.
I am gonna use one of my inspirations for this. Because
Okay.
I've accumulated
use it.
a lot of inspirations in this campaign. So, let's go do that again. Much better. It just meets.
Ooh. Close call.
Nice.
You recognize the herbs, but only by reputation.
I guess that at this moment, Nessa's eyes adjusts the glasses on her eyes and takes a better look. You never actually seen them with your own eyes. These are plants that only grow on unhallowed ground and are used as part of rituals to commune with lower planes. You couldn't guess whether these open communications with devils in the night hells or demons in the abyss. But it is unusual to have them anywhere in a home, as they are also very toxic to mortals.
What is that doing here?
Nessa?
These are unhallowed herbs. These are toxic to mortals. If anything, these actually grow in unhallowed grounds. Also used for certain rituals for communication.
To where?
Lower planes? But it's still very vague because it could be either with devils to the night hells or demons to the abyss.
By the gods, they are that, Roy says. Demons and devils are outside my realm of knowledge, but Selene's an expert in the lower realms. She has more of that insight. And unhallowed herbs is in my inventory. Okay. Okay, let me go ahead and take that. I don't think these are enough to cause disturbance. A feeling here on this land. It must be something else.
Come to think about it, didn't you, Fergus? Didn't you try detecting the magic on this land and only for it to just...
I still could not it's hard for me to forget such a pain when I tried doing so. But maybe you're onto something. Maybe you are onto something. All right, and now we're gonna go to Maybelline's room.
You know something is afoot.
Madam, would it be all right if we investigate your Maybelline's room? And her father, with that, her father just points. The three of them look around carefully, but thoroughly. You find a twin to the garland you found in Tomlin's cottage, tucked under Maybelline's pillow. It has the same shimmer you saw in the first one. You hand Roy Tomlin's garland while picking up Maybelline's. You feel that the ring of wildflowers tugs slightly towards its counterpart, as if the two were trying to touch. It's hard to explain where it might be coming from, but there's a sense of longing from the braided wildflowers in your hand. What the heck? You feel that too, eh? This is looking more and more like some kind of enchantment, but nothing like any spell I've ever seen before. It has, and it's quite peculiar. The pull continues, and insists the four is pulling the wedding garlands towards each other. Come here, you two. I want to try something. Roy reaches out to Tomlin's wedding garland to touch Maybelline's. Just don't fall in love with me, no. I don't know. That's a little bit bold, aren't we? You let the two strings of woven flowers touch each other, and the tugging sensation abruptly stops. The shimmer becomes a flash, and your vision clears, both of you, and the druid holding blackened chains of rotting flowers. Ugh.
Nasty.
Who has the stronger of the arcana? Okay, Nessa has strong arcana, so she could go for this again. Let's go.
You know, this is putting a whole different meaning on Till Death Do We Part.
And I need to, okay, that's it. I'm using my other inspiration for this. Bollocks to this. Okay. Alright. Much better. Much better.
Boy.
Okay.
Oh, I decided I'm going to use my landlord's grill since he is not home.
Alrighty then.
Alright.
You take care.
Okay.
Yep, I'm having pork chops tonight.
Nice.
Nessa, took a moment to adjust her glasses, but she could feel it in the air. You identify the magic as some ancient love spell, though you have no idea how it might have come to be here in Maybelline's home. It seems as though the two garlands connected two people, but it's odd that bringing them together would cause the spell to break.
That's peculiar. I think I remember reading something like this in one of my father's books. It's some sort of ancient love spell. And I don't know why, but why would Maybelline have this? 'Cause I've never seen them act the way they have once they're brought together.
That seems like the condition for a pact with a dark force with a cruel sense of humor. This is mostly conjecture. However, you are unfamiliar with the actual spell used to create this effect.
So,
When you explain all this to Roy, he sucks his teeth for a moment.
Solane may know something.
She spends a lot of time studying these dark arts. Wouldn't hurt to ask, would it? And we're now adding the blackened garlands to the inventory. To use an ancient magic to actually to use an ancient magic, and okay, brain, please work with me. Hold on, I need a drink real fast. This will only take a minute. My mouth is starting to get a little bit dry. Ugh. Fergus ponders upon seeing this reaction, but when he ponders, he can't help but feel that it doesn't feel that something all of this coming together is not good. Like he's got a really bad gut feeling in his gut. You said, Vanessa, you said that this is some sort of ancient love spell.
Yes?
You don't suppose... How barbaric. To you... Love like this can't be... Love like this... I am very... I am... How barbaric. I'm not some... I know I don't have some... I know that some people view love differently, but what I do know is that such things cannot be forced.
No, not at all.
So, we're gonna go ahead and go speak to Selene. You all bid farewell to Maybelline's parents, and her mother is still half-heartedly offers you tea while her father barely looks up. It's honestly impossible to tell whether the magic effects Roy can feel, or if it's just the trauma of recent events. Maybe I'm gonna say it's the latter. Well, you two, I think we haven't had any time to lose. Let's go.
But you said that such a thing can't be... But I will admit, Fergus, you saying that such a love can't be forced? I didn't know you actually value... You had such opinion on that.
Vanessa, I may be a cleric. I may be a war priest I may be a priest of war that is not afraid to actually punish my own enemies, and if need be. But even I know that you can't just force love like that. If doing so by magical means is the most... I look down on those who actually tries doing that.
Is there something that caused you to act the way you have?
There was a time. Fergus paused for a little bit. He didn't say anything as they continued walking. But there was a but he did actually finally brings up and said, there was a time long ago. Someone was that enchanted. Someone was that enamored when it comes to my own grandfather. And he actually going so far to actually create some sort of a potion or spell. I can't remember. It's been a long while. And tries to actually use that as a means to get him to love her. Problem was, my said grandfather has already is enamored with someone else. So that said effect of that little set effect of the spell or potion, whatever, it did not work on him. And the moment my grandfather realizes that, it sparked an ire of something fierce. He has no other I don't remember exactly how the story ends, but from what I do know is that there's no room for anyone else aside from the person he wasn't fully enamored. And anyone who dares to threaten to take that place is actually met with a punishing result.
Oh, I did not know that. This is actually my first time actually hearing this from you.
Fergus, did not say anything. In fact, he was quiet. But he finally spoke and said, That's because that's because that grandfather was a terrifying man. I don't have any high regards about him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. But I do appreciate that. Before you could question what Roy, before then, Roy's form shifts into that of a powerful looking. I know it says here in the book pony, but considering that there's two of them, yeah, it's going to be some sort of a powerful horse that carries not only both Ness but also Fergus, because look, he's a furball. He's 7 feet tall with 3 feet wide.
Unicorn. It's a unicorn. I bet
So-
it's a unicorn.
Yeah, so he tosses his red mane and prances alongside all of you, letting you to climb on. Once you got in a grip of his neck, they take off and gallop towards town. He sprints into town and clatters down through the cobblestone streets to the jailhouse near the town hall. You climbed off Roy, and he reverts to his dwarven form. But all of you enter the jail together. Inside, it is gloomy with little natural lighting coming in through the front open door. Most of the light comes from several oil lamps burning through a single jail cell. It looks like most use the drunks and traveling vagabonds to spend the night, but currently the only occupant is Selene. She looks strange without her vestments. Instead of being dressed in a plain gray dress like donated by she looks strange without her vestments. Instead, being dressed in a plain gray dress, likely donated by a kind woman in town. She is sitting calmly on the edge of the cot of her cell, hands over her knees as her eyes are on the wall. Still, her eyes dart to you and Roy as you enter.
Roy, my friend. Roy, my friend,
She says calmly. There's still a chill in her voice.
thank you for visiting again. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Selene, darling, he says as he nervously wrings his hands. It pains me to ask, but I was wondering if you could please ask for your advice. Selene looks between you and the druids.
Fergus? Vanessa? You may have beaten me, but I am not broken. I will help only because you're asking, Roy.
And now we can ask her about the blackened garlands, the hallowed herbs, and the scrap of paper. So, which one should we go first? Alright, 1 to 2 is the blackened garland, 3 to 4 is the unhallowed herbs, 5 to 6 is going to be the scrap of paper.
Alright, call it.
Alright, unhallowed herbs.
So, we managed to find this, and we're not and seeing this is disturbing.
You pull out the unhallowed herbs and show to Selene.
Well, plants are Roy's specialty, but I recognize these. They are distinctive for sure, and I often find them growing in the cemetery. What are they?
Roy clears his throat. I don't know how to process them. They're all the ingredients of a communion incense.
Communion with what?
Selene's eyes narrow, as though she already knows the answer. She takes a tentative sniff at the herbs. Not the sort of company I'd like to keep, Roy says, and Selene nods.
So, the girl was telling the truth.
Selene says, her gaze growing distance.
She really did put Tomlin under her power.
I thought she was just mocking me. What did she trade for, Tomlin?
What?
The former cleric's eyes snap up to you. I'm gonna say that you, as in Nessa. Roy takes a step back from her intensity, and Fergus just steps close to make sure. Though she's staring daggers, he will not hesitate to throw hands if need be.
Nope.
And what else did? And okay, next thing to ask. Either the blackened garlands or the lock of hair. Okay, evens for garland, hair, odds for hair. Okay, evens for garland. There's also something else. These blackened garlands that we also found.
They look like wedding garlands, she says. And I have seen many in this town.
As the officiant, of course. And these were healthy until you brought them close together to each other. Hey, we have?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like these were used as an anchor for some enchantment.
But there was a pact written in bad faith. She chuckles dryly as her own attempt of a pun.
There was some likely clause that said that if these two objects ever came into contact, the spell would be broken. A condition that sows chaos like any other, like a demonic entity. Oh, so that's what they do.
Ah, thanks, lass. How are you holding up?
The same as yesterday,
Selene says.
So where did you find these garlands?
We were able to find one in Tomlin's home.
And the other one at Maybelline's. But,
Selene says, her cool exterior beginning to crack,
that would mean that either Maybelline or Tomlin was the victim of an enchantment. A love spell of some kind. What else did you find?
And now it's the lock of hair. We also found this. A braided lock of hair and a scrap of paper. Neither of us will actually read its writings. She recoils, her hands reaching for the holy symbol that is no longer there.
That's Tomlin's hair, she hisses. Where did you get that?
We found it in Maybelline's garden, buried underneath the earth.
That's pact magic! An enchantment written in the language of demons. So there is a price to be paid. Are her parents all right?
They are acting a bit strange. There is something wrong in the place, Roy says with a shiver, as if the soil itself were crying out in pain.
Now that you removed it from their property, they shouldn't feel any more effects within a couple of days,
Selene says. Then she mutters absently half to Roy. So that's what she meant by powerful friends. I just thought she was talking about some other yokel. You asked Selene,
what is that?
No, wait. What is that supposed to mean? She looks away from the spell and locks eyes with you.
It means I killed the man who loved me. But I also got revenge on the woman who made me do it.
Bitch!
Yay.
Bitch!
Under the smoldering anger under the smoldering anger of her look, you take a step back from the cell bars. But as quickly as she turned, Selene sighs a deep breath and apparently sheds her dark rage as she turns to her friend. We're done here. You think so?
Thank you, Selene.
And goodbye. She looks at both of you down her nose.
I can't tell if you're truly noble, or you're just in it for your own personal gain. But you're not doing anything that I wouldn't have done in your place.
What? You open your mouth to thank her, but she cuts you off with a smile that reminds you of her wolf fangs. You take a step back from the cell and bump into Roy. Or in this case, it'll be no. Let me reiterate that. That Ness takes a step back because it reminds her of the wolf, but bumps right up to Fergus, which he does actually caught her from actually staggering back from the impact.
But I will get my revenge. Someday.
Come on. It's time to go, Roy says, tugging you both towards the door. Once outside, you see tears shining on the dwarf's cheek and in his beard. He wipes his nose with a sleeve and huffs out a sigh.
Roy, are you...
Selene was the best of us once, he says. A truly good person who did what was right. But now a broken shell of a lunatic. My friend is gone thanks to some silly girl who couldn't bear to hear no. Fergus would want to say something about it, but he chose this time around to hold his tongue. You aren't quite sure of what to say, but the druid speaks first. Come on, adventure. Come on, you two. We both need some rest. It's another night on patrol for all of us. Roy walks you back to the pickled hen, but instead of leaving for the grove, you see him shift into his reddish wolf form before curling to the floor next to the fire. He's already beginning to snore by the time you climb to your room.
I don't want to have another night of patrol, but I guess it can't be helped.
No, I guess it can't be helped either.
But what do you think of Selene and...
Honestly, as pitying as her situation is, it still doesn't change the fact that she actually committed a crime and took lives. Frankly, she does, but I won't be lying if I say that some of her pain does remind me a bit of yours. But unlike Selene, you actually did better. You actually did the right thing and being better.
That's actually quite lovely to hear from you, Fergus.
You are enjoying your second uneventful nightly patrol and just finishing up the first watch. You are outside the Pickled Hen, and light is streaming out of the tavern windows and along with the good-natured banter from the militia members you were leading.
I just can't wait to finally just call it a night and just rest.
I cannot wait to actually rest as well.
Well, I was hoping that perhaps a little bit later you might we might actually do another round of cards.
That's not a bad idea. Not a bad thought.
Oh.
Okay, so the innkeeper has been kind enough to keep the common room open late into the night for the militia to eat and socialize after patrols. You taken a moment to look out the oversleeping town. The clouds cleared while you slept. The clouds cleared while you slept, and now full moon hangs the starry above. The lamplighter stayed home, while the risk of the undead remains high, so the moon's cool white light is the only illumination. In the dappled shadows of the night, you almost miss the small movement across the street from the tavern. At first, you think it's just your eyes playing tricks on you, but you could swear you see a woman standing in the shadows wearing a plain, rough-spun dress. The moonlight is playing tricks around her features, keeping her swathed in the shadows. You can't even begin to make out a face, except for a small, wry smile and a light-colored hair that tied into a tight bun. But when you blink, she's gone.
What was that? Who was that?
I hope that's not what I think it is. You approach where you think you saw the odd figure, and find nothing except a faint chill hanging in the air. You remember that there were still undead wandering the streets, and could not be good being alone. Let's go. Might as well turn around. We have to leave and head back.
I could not agree anymore. I just want to get back to my bed and finally call it a night.
What? Aw, is my little companion actually feeling a little bit of a chill in the air? Is my little companion feeling a little bit of a fear in the air?
I am fine, Fergus. But I am grateful in your own way that you're just trying to look out for me.
Okay, hold on a second. I need to take a moment to do a little stretch.
Oh, big stretch. It's not just... Alright, everyone else, chat. Not just us, but you as well. I know you're slouching. I know you're fucking slouching. Fix up your posture, damn it.
Woo! I'm good.
Yep.
So, okay. You wake up to the sound of a commotion downstairs in the tavern. It doesn't sound like another injured patrol, but there's a general din of voices in the common room.
What was that?
And Nessa would actually go to Fergus's room and knocks on his door, and he would actually show up. What?
Do you hear that? That
sounds like commotion down below. You come. Jesus Christ!
What the hell?
Dude! I was in the middle of reading that!
I'm sorry.
Oh my god!
That is too close to home, dude!
Yeah, a lot closer than you think. I'm kidding.
Bruh.
Alright, anyway, sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I thought that was in my game, man! Come on!
Dude!
Dude!
Okay.
Okay, alright,
Okay.
continue. Sorry.
You both come down the stairs to a heated conversation between Mayor Anathram, Roy, and a tired-looking militia member. There is a problem. Well, the problem is gone, Roy says. That's the problem.
Wait, what?
Both Nessa and Fergus would say that. Seeing your confusion, Roy gestures to the haggard militia member still catching up his breath. Please don't make me try to explain it. Just come with me. The group of you make your way to the jail. The mayor is walking so briskly as Roy has to jog to keep up. When you arrive, it takes a moment for you to understand what you're seeing. And this is what we're seeing, chat. Okay, where is Fergus? Where is it? There it is. An empty cell. What's left of the cell door's shattered lock? What's left of the cell door's shattered lock is still glittering with an unnatural frost. A biting chill hangs in the air as you could see your breath. The cell itself is empty, and you would guess it has been since late last night.
She's gone.
The air in here, it's gone a little bit colder. Fergus, Nessa, what is this? The mayor says. She points to the floor where the frost forms a distinct pattern despite its jagged edges. A crescent moon. A new voice saves you from having to answer the mayor. So, what has happened in this town of yours? Asked the newcomer. You both, Roy, Mayor, and Athram, and turn to the door where the cleric in dusty white robes is peering into the jail cell. Roy walks up to the cleric, a young man with stooped shoulders and light brown hair, claps the holy man on the back. It's a long story, lad, but we still have plenty of time to get you settled into the temple. Let me show you the way. Another cleric from the Radiant Order.
They finally arrived.
It seems your services are no longer required. Mayor Anathram says to you as Roy leads the cleric out. Thank you. Where will you go next? You look at the thick frost to the cell doors and on the floor and think on the moonlight encounter the night before. We're not sure yet. But whatever happens, I will not be alone on it.
No, neither am I. Same here.
As Fergus... now, I know this is where the book ends, but let me make my own ending. It takes some time for Fergus and Nessa to actually gather their own belongings, but their job here is basically done. Their services are no longer needed in Langston. Fergus also got word from that said new cleric of the Radiant Order that there has been something going on in his guild, and that said cleric, now done with his part as a messenger, gave that to Fergus. Nessa recounts back on the new order she got from her own guild that there's going to be an expedition located far from Langston. These two are departing from the Pickled Hen, and they actually are making their way out from town and reach back to the same place where they first encountered each other. It had felt like a very long while, when in reality it has been about 2 weeks, almost 2 weeks since they've actually got here to Langston. The wind blew as they actually oversee the town before them.
So, this is where we actually had to part and leave.
Quite. Fergus said softly, but the two just still lingered looking at the town. But as if they just didn't want to actually leave each other's sides at that moment.
I actually meant what I said. I actually did enjoy my time being with you. To be honest, I actually see you now in a different light. Where are you gonna go now?
There's an area from far from here where I am also in need of an investigation. I'm most likely gonna go from there. Nessa and Fergus paused for a while, but Nessa was the first one to actually say,
Will I ever see you again?
I'm certain that I'm hoping so. I actually do enjoy your company, dear Vanessa. And, if need be, you can also have this. He provided Nessa a spare amulet that he has on his person, one related to his own order. Are you sure to actually give me this? They give it as some sort of extra measures of protection. It should be enough, just to actually make sure that you are safe.
I may be a druid that is meant for nature and to care for the animals, but I'll treasure this. I meant it. I was wondering that maybe, just maybe, you can keep this, if you will. And let me see what I have in my person that Ness could actually give to my guy. Shit. Okay. Okay. Shit. Okay. Crap baskets. Oh, I know. So, Nessa would actually provided. It took a while for Nessa to say anything, but Fergus is about to turn and leave when she just pipes up and says, "Oh, wait!" And that's enough to make him stop in his tracks, where she provided him her face is a little bit flush, but she would actually start to unfurl the ribbon that was on her hair. It took him by surprise to actually see this gesture being done for him, but I guess seeing Nessa letting her hair be free from by its confines, sense a feeling that he didn't notice is there, as she actually sheepishly provides a said ribbon. Just I know it's not much, but look, in case of just how about you take this then, since we're doing exchanges and all.
Are you sure you want to part with this?
I am. Just to keep it safe, okay? Maybe, just maybe, when we meet again, I will give back the amulet, and you will give me back the ribbon. Does that make it sound like a sound fair trade?
Ness flusteredly said that, but Fergus starts to let out a rumbling laugh for this amusing exchange. How peculiar. But you know what? It sounds like a nice trade. One which I'll accept.
Thank you.
And so,
please take care, Fergus.
Safe travels, Vanessa. And thus, the two people who helped out in the town of Langston part ways in two different directions. Though their time is brief, though their beginnings was not pleasant, they actually left feeling a little bit changed. And the only thing and the only hope in the air is the joy of seeing each other again. And of the Wolves of Langston game.
Hey.
That's right.
For a sort of
That's
a
right.
module, I am quite impressed. It wasn't perfect, there was obviously a bit of scuff here and there, but it was quite a adventure in its own right.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts, questions, death threats of this whole campaign. And Nessa and Fergus's interactions, if you will.
Well, it sets up a pretty good foundation for what's to come with their interactions, future interactions.
Do you think I actually did well in portraying these two goobers?
Mm-hmm. I'd say yes.
You did well training two gooby woobies while also being a GM at the same time.
My mouth is dry, my gut is growling, but I am actually satisfied how these two actually came to be. And now it is finally time for us to go and raid someone we haven't done before. You know what? Why don't we actually go ahead and raid Runia? It has been so long, you know?
Oh yeah. I think she's playing Halo at the moment. She's getting a gamer on.
So it is going to be a change, if you will, but
yeah. Also, get me out of the jar. I just been.
Hold on. Let me get the raid message done real fast, okay? Okay. All right, and where are you, Bio? Where are you, Bio? There you, Bio.
I'm in the jar.
Okay, I got you out of the jar. I got you. I fished you out from the jar.
I'm free. Good.
Hold on. It's a little bit finicky. There we go. I truly do appreciate that you guys came by here today and watching me play, and watching this game kind of came to be. I wouldn't mind actually doing another one like this, you know, doing these solo D&D adventures and playing these two significant characters. But I actually did have fun. I really do have fun. I just wish I could find more solo D&D adventures, if you will. But until then, I hope that you guys actually have a good night. May y'all have a good night. May y'all eat well and rest well. And I'll see you guys next time in the Paper Plane Inn. Take care!
Good night, everybody.
Good. See ya. Now, just make sure you stay for. I've got like the meat raffles later on if you want to participate in that. But anyways, thanks for watching. I don't know anything about meat raffles. This is my first go. So anyway, bye.